morning, Blade Chaval. Good morning, Jay Palmer. Good morning, Hazardous.
Ready for departure.
Good morning, Mr. Red. Good morning, Makamano. Yeah, it's trying to be a good Star Trek show.
And then I told him, "You think that's cold? You should see what I did to the Gamorrean. I never saw a Rhodian run so fast in my..." Whoa. Hello, handsome. You here to sweep me off my feet?
We are here for the Great Hunt. We've been sponsored by Nemro the Hutt.
Oh, what's this? Got yourself a pet? Little sister, maybe? It's not enough to hold a real man's interest anyway.
I'm not spoken for, if that's what you're wondering.
Good to know. All the regulars here are either scarred up or can't breathe normal air. You probably ain't gonna like what I'm about to tell you, but there's nothing I can do about it, understand? There's one spot left open in the Great Hunt, and over 3 dozen hunters who got sponsorships.
Those other hunters can go home. That spot is mine.
It's yours if you can get it. Lots of folks will be thinking the same thing, though. The Huntmaster himself will explain how we're gonna sort things out. Head into the main room, and show some respect. When the Huntmaster's done talking, come on back in here. I'll be handling you from here on out.
Good morning, Loner. Good morning, Zaktat. Good morning, Damashi. Whoop. Who, Umbral Magnus?
Quiet! Quiet, you dogs! The Huntmaster is about to speak. Pay attention and show some respect for once in your lives.
The Great Hunt is upon us. Many will hunt and have terrible voice acting. Many will die. Today we have too many hunters. All must compete. Only one joins the Great Hunt. Jesus Christ.
You heard the Huntmaster.
Indoor voice, buddy.
You're competing for the last spot in the Great Hunt by taking down 3 bounties on Dromund Kaas.
You expect us to hunt here, with Imperials crawling all over us? And Sith?
Let the man talk. I want to hear this.
For all you overblown, useless, no-talent cowards, we installed a handy exit door. Use it now! The rest of you, the real hunters, go see your handlers. They'll get you oriented to the planet and assign you 3 unique bounties. Everyone who takes down all 3 of their bounties wins a spot in the final melee. Anyone who doesn't get all 3 is out.
Hunting on Dromund Kaas? That's suicide. I'm grabbing the first shuttle out of here. I suggest you do the same, friend.
I want into the Great Hunt, and this is the only way.
Then watch your back. It's not the jungles that are dangerous on Dromund Kaas. It's the people. I'm done here. May your quarry fall before you, Hunter.
Well, what are you standing around for? Back to your handler. That's Krista for you, new blood.
Such a lovely and welcoming bunch, honestly. Oh yeah, it took me all of my spare time last night and this morning, Mr. Red. In fact, I only finished like 10 minutes ago.
A dozen cowards just scurried out of here. Probably won't stop till Dromund Kaas is light years behind him. You understand the basics, right? 3 bounties, hardest targets on Dromund Kaas. Gotta get all 3 to qualify for the final melee.
Enough standing around. Who are my bounties?
Well, let's see who your first target is. Whoa, this can't be right. You got enemies among the Mandalorians or something?
Yes?
Just Taro Blood, the Mandalorian who killed Brayden. What'd he do?
I'm used to having the cards stacked against me.
I wouldn't wish this bounty on anybody. Gotta play the hand you're dealt, though. The target's a Republic noble named Altaka. He got captured during an Imperial raid, brought back here, and sold into slavery by mistake.
Why was selling him into slavery a mistake?
He should have been ransomed, but Altaka wasn't properly identified when he got captured. Altaka's slave group was building a big old statue in the jungle. The slaves rebelled and took over the site. Nobody can get in there. We don't even know if he's still alive. If he is, the family will pay big.
Will the family pay big for a corpse?
They'll pay for the body, but not as much as alive. Details are on the hire slip. The slaves got themselves a tent camp near that statue they never finished. If Altaka's still kicking, he's probably somewhere in there. Before you go, meet your new best friend. The S-86K full-gauge carbonite armor upgrade. You can't shoot a fella with this while he's springing around. It's too slow to charge up. But once that fella ain't resisting, say, after a good long beating, the S-86K will freeze him for transport.
Didn't know they made devices to freeze people.
Carbonite ain't so much freezing as it is... Well, I ain't got a clue, really. Just have fun. You find that Republic Noble fella and claim that first bounty, then hurry it on back here as fast as you can.
Actually, carbonite is worse than freezing in almost every way. There's a reason it would be considered dangerous to use it on a living target. But we're gonna ignore all that. We have a freeze ray. It's pretty much there so we have the option to not kill some of our targets. And that's kind of it. Pretty much its only purpose in existing. Good morning. Who'd I miss? Rama. Orcano, Trihexia, Gigapudding, the amazing dancing, whatever she is
Ready
today.
for departure.
And Terra. And Walker. Good morning, everyone. Oh, Krogan would do pretty well in the Great Hunt. I don't know if they'd win, but they do well in it. And good morning, Nemesis. It's okay, I get that a lot, Nemesis. Mega Man X Command Mission is almost a video game. So, has anyone actually died from carbonite? I don't know. Off the top of my head. Like, they don't use it often, and for good reason. It's not intended to be used on people. Actually, hang on, I should be able to,
Ready for departure.
why am I sitting over here? So Mr. Red, I got a job for you. I want you to go through just the tour run and tabulate how many of what, in what category, for each section. That's Republic, 4 classes, Imperial, and Inquisitor. And technically all. But that's not really relevant right now. So ignore all. But I do need these 7. Not whatever's over 3, I need everything. Also, I will admit, right, I remember this, that only part of the time was spent physically tagging all that crap. Because... So I spent probably about a solid hour last night trying to figure out how to get it so that Google Docs would auto-conditional format. Wouldn't work. Doesn't exist. No problem. There's mods, add-ons that can do that kind of thing. None of them work. Literally don't work at all. So I thought, well, you know, what I could do is I could try and convert the review sheet into a spreadsheet. There's ways to do that and make it work, and I could do conditional formatting in the spreadsheet. Problem there, doesn't actually do the numbering properly. So I just did it manually, because it was the only choice. I spent an hour trying to not do it manually, and then I spent like 3 hours doing it manually. Anyways, that was my evening, and morning. So what type of story does the Old Republic time period support most? I don't understand the question. Do you mind clarifying, Umbral Magnus? Oh, what am I doing? Wait. Let's go over here and kill these people. Set them on fire. Very important. Then we set them on fire. Then we set them on fire.
I'm not scared of you.
Then we set them on fire. Oh, hang on. They're dead.
My dear Altaka, when I got your message, I could scarcely believe it. We have found each other after all these years.
Oh, looks like a love letter. From an Imperial noble, no less. Juicy.
Pay attention. This may help us.
Righto.
It must have been the Force that brought you here to Dromund Kaas, dear Altaka. As for your predicament, fear not. I have friends in high places, and for the right price, they have agreed to help me. When the slaves attempt their pitiful revolution, a man will come to you dressed in rags. He will bring you to me. I shall say you are my missing brother. We will be Lord and Lady Dakar. I'm afraid I cannot get you off-world and back to your beloved family, but I promise to make your every moment here a joy. Our lifestyle will be the envy of all, and we'll attend parties at the Nexus Room every night. Be ready to join me, my love.
Wait, so the lady is his lover, but now he's posing as her brother? That's disgusting. Sounds like the Nexus Room is where we'll find these weirdos.
This whole planet is weird.
I am with you there. Let's go meet this Lord and Lady Daka. Lead on, boss.
Yeah, what the hell's the Force, Rama? I've never even heard of that. I think it's a fairy tale. Made up by the Sith to try and control people. News sheet, please, Mr. Red. Or news text file.
Wow, this place looks lively. I guess the Imperials have something that passes for fun after all.
Yeah, I don't think she would, Zektav. Too much water.
There, sir. Just as I said.
That looks like him, all right. Bounty Hunter. I am Sergeant Warlax of the Imperial Navy. You are commanded to hand over all your weapons and gear immediately.
Am I under arrest, Sergeant?
Just stay calm and hand over your weapons. Remember, you're an outsider here. I can shoot you just as easily as bring you in.
Sergeant, Taro Blood here. Have you completed my little errand yet?
Blood, you steaming pile of filth!
Blast it! I told you not to call on this channel!
Getting others to do your dirty work? That's just low.
Oh, this is ridiculously tiresome. He's still alive? What is wrong with you, Sergeant?
Sir? Who's that guy?
Blood, I'll talk to you later. Ignore the chatter, men. Let's take this hunter in.
I don't know what's going on here, Sarge, but I know it stinks. Yeah. Either you cut us in on this deal, or we walk.
You can't spend credits if you're all dead.
That makes a whole lot of sense. Let's get out of here. I'm with you.
Cowards! The rest of you, attack!
Mean. You insist. So anyways, so I started blasting. What's so bad about carbonite? Carbonite encases you in a chunk of crystalline stone. Like, picture being strapped inside of solid sand, if that makes any sense. Like sand that's cohesed into a solid format, except more jagged. Like just, it's horrible. Then, imagine that it also freezes you inside while it's doing that. There's a reason that there's so many consequences of pulling someone out, even of safe carbonite freezing. Like we actually saw that earlier with the guy back on Hutta, who was blind as a consequence of it. Are you still conscious? No. It doesn't exactly feel good to go in, though. There are several accounts that show that it is a very painful experience.
Yes, may I help you with something?
Darling, please don't speak to that filthy vagabond. It's clearly not supposed to be here, and we shouldn't let ourselves look like we approve. Come, let us get a drink.
Not much of a family resemblance between you and your brother.
We had different mothers. Yes, that's right. We're only half-siblings. Unless I'm misremembering.
Stow it, darling. Just feel the smug knowledge radiate from him. We knew this might happen eventually.
Yeah, only so long you can keep dating your brother before something goes wrong.
Jesus, Mako.
So you know our little secret. What does an insignificant creature like you want? What would make you dare threaten a noble?
I was promised a pile of credits to take him back to the Republic.
You mean back to my family, don't you? But I thought, You told me I was trapped here, that I would have to forget my family, that this charade was the only way.
Inside voice, darling. I may have exaggerated a bit, but hasn't it been nice here? The parties, the late nights, the intrigues...
I don't know, he has to put up with your hat.
Witch, keeping me here as your plaything when I could have been home with my sisters and dear mother.
Oh, you can be such a whiny pain. It's a wonder you're nobility. Let us make a new deal, bounty hunter.
No deals. You give me Altaka now.
Oh, stop testing my patience. The only reason you aren't dead is because I'd rather not cause a scene.
Making a scene is part of my job description.
Defend me, my love.
What? Are you insane?
Take that!
Oh, there she is.
You killed her, just like that. She was evil and twisted, but I did love her once.
Yeah. She was great in bed. Let's go! Let's go.
We met years ago on Alderaan. She was so dark and mysterious. And now she's dead.
Resist me, and it's more of the same for you.
Resist you? I want nothing more than to be home. I'm ready to go. It's to be carbonite for transport, then?
Don't worry. It'll be painless.
Narrator.
I'm coming.
It was not painless. Yeah, I don't know how she thought that was gonna go exactly, but whatever. She did. Next. Yeah, make sure to close your eyes, buddy. No, seriously, close your... And, okay. Yeah, they treat the carbonite sprayer like it's a frickin' spray can, too. It's weird. Nah, she's not cis. She's just some random noble. She doesn't matter. Dime a dozen.
Hey there, Hunter. Competition out there's something crazy. A couple of hunters died in the jungles. Big Trandoshan got arrested by the Imperials, and you found yourself an unfindable Republic noble. His family was plenty generous with their live bounty.
Oh, and ignore Bounty Hunter for now. And all, Mr. Red, if I didn't make that clear.
If this is a competition, why are there still credits on these jobs?
Well, first of all, gear and ammo ain't cheap. Second, the Great Hunt is mostly secret, so the more it looks business as usual, the better. Your second bounty's a bit of a mystery. Apparently, whoever's stacking the deck against you gonna keep right on stacking.
Hardly surprising.
What I got here is a classified red flag request from Imperial Command. No details, just flashy warnings and a contact. Admiral Frabal, Imperial Navy.
Why would an Imperial officer need me?
Usually because one clawed arm of the old Imperial beast don't want the other to see what it's scratching on. Here's the slip. Frabal's in the city, not all that far a stroll. Go get him.
Okay. Yeah, I'm rather fond of it. I believe it was Giga who helped me pick it out. But I could be wrong. Either way, it works quite well. And if you notice, me and Mako are opposites. White and green, black and red. And I think the contrast looks great. Which is nice, because we're going to be using her pretty much exclusively. Dromund Kaas is probably going to score best of the planets. I haven't actually tabulated the scores lately, because I realized I'm including the class stuff in the planet stuff. So, I can't fairly do that until the end, but let's just say that I have a feeling Dromund Kaas is going to score best. I mean, I don't think Terra Blood is respected by his own men, Zach Taft. Never mind an actual Mandalorian.
This is the office of Admiral Frabal of the Imperial Navy. Do you have business here?
Actually, yes.
I'm here to see the Admiral. Let me in.
I'm afraid the Admiral is not seeing vagrants today. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm very busy.
Actually, yes, I am, J. Palmer. This is not my real armor.
I have a job slip from your boss, moron.
I really couldn't care less what you...
What's all that racket out there, soldier?
There's a quarrelsome individual here, Admiral. Rather dirty, too.
Quarrelsome? You're as weak as you are stupid. I requested a mercenary from the Mandalorians. Send that person in immediately.
Yes, sir. You may go in now.
I remember Mako and Blizz and Skadge and... Actually, I remember most of the companions, but anyways. Never mind. So Orkana linked me in, so thank you, Orkana, for the link.
I'll bet you get a demerit for that, Lieutenant.
You're terrible.
Oh, wait, no, this isn't Taskmaster. This is the underwater suit, because I didn't like Taskmaster. Yeah, this is the underwater adventure pack. Looks great, though. There's probably better. In fact, I know there's one actual specific suit that I really wanted. Hang on, let me see if I can find it really quick. Let me do it this way. Give me a sec. Here it is. Look up, anybody who cares, Remnant Yavin Trooper set. That is probably the set I would wear if I had the option. That's super not happening, though. I also really like the Remnant Yavin Bounty Hunter set. Both of them are excellent. I don't understand the question, Mr. Red. I want it per category. I want Republic, and then the 4 classes, and then Sith, and then Inquisitor. I want all of those treated as if they're a separate game.
Come in, mercenary. I apologize if my secretary caused you grief. He is of low birth, and his intelligence reflects it. I'm afraid many of our Imperial soldiers are hopeless with delicate tasks. This is, of course, why I asked for a professional.
That was good thinking.
Ah, yes, just so. I have every faith in the Mandalorian Enclave's ability to get things done discreetly. My daughter has become something of a liability to me. I want you to kill her.
That's something you don't hear every day.
Then I'll assume you're newly arrived at Dromund Kaas. Things work a bit differently here. My daughter was born Force-sensitive and trained to be Sith. A great honor for our family. Unfortunately, my daughter's master is one Lord Grathan, a madman who is now disgraced in the eyes of the Dark Council.
Yes, that Lord Grathan. Oh, I would re-dye it, obviously, Damashi.
This is some political move for you?
Less a move than a response, but yes. If Lord Grathan's compound is raided and my daughter captured or killed, every member of her family will suffer. This is Sith politics. In the best-case scenario, I lose my rank and position. In the worst...
You've got a lot to protect, Admiral.
Precisely. There is no room for failure here. Lord Grathan is a paranoid madman. His compound is built to withstand a siege, but a lone infiltrator will take them by surprise. My daughter is somewhere inside Lord Grathan's compound. Her name is Veretta. You will know her as she resembles me closely.
One red-headed Sith child coming up.
Yes. Red-headed. Like myself and her mother.
Hang on, I've been running some data. Turns out renegade Sith Lord followers rack up death marks like crazy. Lord Grathan's top people all have prices on their heads.
It'd be a shame to let those bounties go to waste.
And we might need those extra credits to gear you up for the big melee.
Remember, discretion is essential. Do not let yourself be captured. Good luck.
Yeah, did you catch that subtle hint, by the way? That she's probably his daughter, not from his wife? Nice little tidbit there. Hi. Oh, probably Zach Taft. But you know who'd really work well in this era? Cad Bane.
Ready for departure. Enjoy your stay.
Okay, fair, Damashi. I agree with you. Yeah, the shame of it is that armor I really want is completely bind on account. Like, near as I can tell, there is no trading it. So there's no way to procure it other than just getting it. I do actually have a couple of those military crates, but I don't know where to turn them in at, and it looks like I need to have been through Kotfi to even do so, which I won't do until I'm done with Bounty Hunter, so I'll never actually get it. Sadness. Oh god. That's terrifying, Umbral Magnus. Although, I have it on good authority from comics, in fact, that if you use a heat field and melt the bullets that are flying at you, they will harmlessly disperse on the ground and not just splatter you with molten metal. Flame and no, respectively, Betrayal. We've already reviewed Trooper to my satisfaction. We've already checked out healing, we've already checked out tanking, we've already checked out DPSing. We're kind of done. Yeah, so there you go, Arcano. That's never gonna happen. That's okay, that's okay. I'm happy with my transmog on both of my mains. I just like looking cool. Weird, I know.
I'm not scared of you.
How would I rank the original Star Trek series from best to worst, from TOS to Enterprise? Not counting the movies. Well, I would say that Deep Space Nine and TNG are identical in terms of overall quality, so they're both at the top. After that, I would probably go TOS on the number 3 slot, then Voyager, then Enterprise, and TAS at the absolute bottom. Don't mind me. And you're probably thinking, how could you rate TNG as good as DS9? I literally actually did that. In fact, there's a video you can find of mine where I compare TNG and DS9 directly to each other. I have visual aids and everything. It's great. You should go watch it. Wait, someone's waving at me. Who is this incredibly insane person? Oh, I missed him. I know it's weird, Rama. But you know me, no sacred cows. I know, Blade Travel. I sort of expected DS9 to stomp TNG, but the problem is TNG actually has a lot of quality, it's just spread out more. TNG also tends to have better individual episodes than DS9. In general. TNG, of course, has the slog of Season 1, but DS9 has slog throughout. Like, DS9 never stopped having bad episodes.
Pretty sidekick, Buster.
Whereas TNG had 4 solid seasons of pretty much solid quality, which helps drag it up a bit.
Oh, what have we here? You're not even a Mandalorian, are you? When Lord Grathan's spy said my father contacted the Mandalorian Enclave, I expected they'd at least send me a real-live Mandalorian. I'm afraid I'm a tad disappointed.
So, there's going to be a very common recurring trend in Bounty Hunter, and I want you to pay attention for it, because it never stops being funny to me. Everyone always underestimates us. Everyone thinks they're above us. And we're going to fight Jedi and Sith and, you know, warlords and all sorts of people, and they're all going to be like, you're just some random stupid bounty hunter.
What does it matter who kills you?
A woman has to have standards. Wait, you don't seriously think you can kill me? I mean, I'm a Sith, and you're just... whatever you are.
Oh, we've got a true believer.
Then again, it makes sense. Why would you come here if you thought you'd die? Apparently my father isn't the only one living in a dream world. You can't kill a Sith, you silly.
Why would your father hire me if you can't be killed?
To save face, naturally. Don't you understand how any of this works? A more powerful Sith could kill me, or a really lucky Jedi, I suppose. Perhaps a bomb, but not some random bounty hunter. You must be so crushed. Live and learn, I guess. Except, not in your case. Sorry.
I'm not. like she doesn't like all that fire I'm throwing at her. I don't know, what do you think?
What? I lost? I can't lose. I'm Sith.
Uh-huh.
Someone's been filling your head with garbage.
Can't die like this, falling to some common bounty hunter. Everything Lord Grathan told me was a lie. I've been living in a dream world.
Uh-huh.
It can't end like this. It can't.
I don't know, what do you think? Hi, French philosopher. I do like money.
It's time you and your father had a chat.
No, that's worse.
Yep. Man, I already love this freeze rate. Hey, Pops. Got a gift for you. I think the Emperor would be interested in Anakin. Oh, excuse me. So, I'm sorry, Zach Taft asked a question, which is, do I think the Emperor would be interested in Anakin? Now, I was very confused by that for a second, because of course Palpatine is interested in Anakin. It took me a moment to realize what you meant. Do I think Vitiate would be interested in Anakin? No, actually, I don't. Vitiate doesn't really care. And while he's got his children are kind of specially crafted from birth. Anakin's already outside of that, so no. He'd probably just either try to drain or kill Anakin.
Reports of the raid on Lord Grathan's estate are pouring in. I trust you were successful in your endeavor. My daughter, Veretta, is...
Beretta's not dead. I brought her back to you.
You froze her? Why? I was so specific in my directions. Why in the galaxy would you do this? Why would you refuse a specific order and not eliminate the target?
Figured you should look her in the face when she dies.
When she dies? Oh, my sweet Veretta. No. As soon as you left the premises, I realized my mistake. A mistake that would haunt me the rest of my days.
We weren't about to let that happen, sir.
Done me a great service, Hunter. She's all I have of her mother.
And that's why I decided to spare her. You could tell he didn't actually want to kill her. This may or may not work out, but at least now it has the option to.
You're not gonna kill her?
No, of course not. Contain her, maybe, until she can be made to see reason. Here is your writ and your fee. Now, please. I need some time with my daughter.
So, I hope you're getting the format of the bounty hunter in general. It's also probably the biggest reason why most people tend to think of bounty hunter as the weakest of the Imperial story arcs. It has no story arc. Bounty Hunter is literally a series of short stories. Now, I think that works. I think it does a good job of its little micro stories. But that is Bounty Hunter in a nutshell. Whole bunch of little stories. Like, top to bottom. That's going to be the whole arc.
Destination? Enjoy your stay.
The closest thing we have to a connecting thread is Act 1. You know, the Great Hunt. Everything after that is just doing jobs. I bring this up because I don't think it's going to score anywhere near as good as any of the other 3 Imperial arcs. But I do still think it's good. I just don't think it's as good. Admiral Magnus says, what is the best way to stay alive within the Sith Empire, with defecting not being an option? There are 2 big things. First, you want to be connected to people other people are going to be afraid of. And second of all, you want to be useful and successful. The more useful and successful you are, the less excuses people have to kill you. And the more connected you are, the less people are going to be willing to risk their wrath.
Second bounty is done. Just one more, and I'm in the melee.
Right you are. And competition is heating up. That little green girl, Iopian Rattle, finished all her bounties. Heard she poisoned an Imperial moth.
Lucky we didn't get that one. Not sure how we'd work it out.
Now, I ain't allowed details on whatever you were scrapping for Admiral Frabal, but I got a clearance note says it was duly scrapped. Nice payday, too.
Professionals don't talk about their clients.
I hear you. Less I know, the better. Here we go. Bounty 3. I call it, someone's got a serious hate for my hunter. Top secret, crazy, red flag covered. This one's for a Captain Metal in Imperial Intelligence. No other information.
That just already red flag.
Looks like I'm working for spies this time.
Better not want us to poison someone.
Stay careful. Get this one done and don't get yourself dead in the process.
Wow, we're light again. The second time we've gained light 1. Probably because we spared the daughter. But after all, we aren't a thug. We're a professional. Oh, and if you're wondering, if you do kill the daughter, the Admiral is extremely unhappy with you.
Ready for departure.
Like, you can actually rub his face in it, and he will just lose it. Or, you can, tell him, this is what you asked me to do, and he'll just be like, the whole time. I've actually never killed her, but as I think I've mentioned a few times, I've done all of these quests with a friend who has done a lot of the sides I haven't. So I've seen her be killed. So, Imperial Intelligence, what you got?
What the... Oh, right. The bounty hunter. Glad you could make it.
Hi.
You nervous, Hunter? Parked in the middle of Imperial Intelligence and all.
I could say one word, or touch one button, and you'd disappear forever.
Poof. Gone. Just like that. No one would even dare to ask what happened to you.
That's a lot of responsibility for one man.
I knew you'd understand. Makes your head spin, doesn't it? I never signed up for this cloak and dagger stuff. I was a regular soldier. Then one day, I put together a covert op raid that goes a little too well. And bam! I'm in Imperial Intelligence. Look, what I'm saying is the stuff that goes on in these halls is insane. And all of it is crazy hush-hush. So what I'm going to tell you has to stay just between you and me. Got it?
My price tag always includes the cost of discretion.
Here's the deal. There's a huge ancient Sith temple on Dromund Kaas. Used to just sit there being scary. Now the place is crawling with Sith sorcery, and it's been ordered a no-go zone for everyone. Naturally, we sent a team in. My commander led that team. Nobody came back. We can't report any of them dead without reporting the mission, which puts me in a bind.
I still don't see what you need me for.
If I can't prove my commander's dead, I can't take over his spot, which means an ugly power vacuum. I'm hiring you to enter that temple and find the team's ID cards, especially my commander's. I need those IDs to create more acceptable deaths for them.
What if this commander and his team are still alive?
They're not. And even if they are, they're not. Understood. Make sure you find an Imperial commander named Gargan. Can't imagine there'll be more than one corpse in a temple wearing commander stripes. Grab all the team's ID cards and double time it back here, quietly.
One of the things I do love so much about the Bounty Hunter Dromund Kaas missions is they give such insight into how the Sith Empire actually works. Seriously, think about the quests we've done in order. First we see a little insight into how the Nobility operates. Then we see a little bit into how the military operates, and now we're seeing a little bit of how Imperial Intelligence operates. At every step, we're getting a peek at how the Sith Empire functions, without actually being a part of it. And everyone's willing to tell us about these things because we're discreet. We're the outsider that they hire to deal with the problems that they can't or don't want to deal with. And yeah, it also has to be explained to us, because we're not part of the Sith Empire. It's actually quite well constructed. Go figure. No, Blade Tribal. 2 story positives. You know the other thing I like about Dromund Kaas? It's relatively short. That's inaccurate. Let me say that more clearly. It's not padded. There's no point in time in which doing Dromund Kaas I think, ugh, why won't these quests end? I never leave social chats on Psychotic in any MMO. And you know, I didn't know what that acronym meant until this year, Psychotic. Did you know that? Wait, who am I aiming for, Jay Palmer? Oh, speaking of which, I got a question in the queue. Do I prefer the Joker as a complete monster or someone with some standards and redeemable qualities? Yes, but I would say that it kind of depends on my mood, which is ironic considering the Joker. But I will say I prefer a Joker who does have some lines, because I prefer fiction that has some lines. Nevertheless, I do like the idea that the Joker is willing to go beyond what everyone else is, pretty much up to the line, if that makes sense. I remember Mako could be pretty annoying. So yeah, Mako, I've actually talked about this earlier. Mako's delightful as a character, but ultimately she is a marshmallow. She doesn't really seem to understand what being a bounty hunter actually means. You realize I can't steer on the speeder, right? Unless earlier, in which case I didn't even see them. Yeah, see, Blade Tribal gets it. You don't cross the IRS. There are some lines you just don't cross. No, she does. She has a kind of a romanticized idea of what bounty hunting means. What's amusing to me, Mr. Red, is I was removing general chat from my chat bar before WoW even existed. That is, it's not a new problem. I mentioned I like fire. Probably Blade Tribal. Which might explain why he is as small time as he was. And dead, yeah. The moment Terra Blood walked into his thing and started threatening him, he should have drawn his blaster and started shooting. Instead, he waited until the very last minute to do anything about it, and he also warned his buddy to start shooting before he himself started shooting. Which may sound like a minor thing, but in a situation like that, that cost him literally a couple of seconds. And when someone has a gun aimed at you, a couple of seconds is quite literally the difference between life and death. And, lo and behold, he died. I don't mean to sound harsh, it's just, it's very clear he really wasn't cut out for this business. I just realized I'm gonna have to come up with an outfit for my agent, too. And my Sith Warrior. I know what I want for my agent, but I don't know how to find it. I'll have to figure that out.
What is this in front of me? Another worshipper? Who braves the flames of the altar of horror to stand in front of Lord Baral Slathborn, Lord of the Sith?
This tomb has driven you insane, Lord.
Insane? No. Do not seek madness, but fear and hatred, the tools of the Sith.
Hope you don't mind if I shoot you now.
To me, my disciples!
I'm not scared of you.
Probably in the billions range, psychotic. Just as a guess. Tens of billions. Jeez. Yeah, I was debating going... Remember, we're going to play our Sith Warrior as a complete thug. So, something kind of silly might work.
You got the IDs? Fantastic. Let me see. That's Commander Gargan's all right. What was it like in the Dark Temple? I've yet to hear anything that didn't sound like pure raving.
You wouldn't believe me about that place if I told you.
Huh. Still wish I could have got him myself. Would have saved me some unpleasantness. Listen to me. Unpleasantness. I'm even starting to talk like a spy. Friend, remember when I said Sith didn't want anyone in the Dark Temple?
I remember all right.
Well, you can probably guess the rest. I can't risk the Sith ever finding out you went into their precious Dark Temple, which means you're now a liability. I apologize. This isn't the way a fighting man should die. Guards!
Like I said, this is an insight into how the Sith Empire works.
I'm not just the pretty sidekick, Buster.
The best part, if you're paying attention, other than the initial Nobility, most of these people are actually pretty decent folk.
That went wrong, didn't it? Got a hole in my gut. I'm not going to beg. Turning on someone who did their job is wrong. We both know it. Here's your writ. It tells the Mandalorians you did your job. And here's your pay. The rest is up to you.
Are you gonna send more men after me?
To do what? Add to the body count. My men are no match for you. How about I make a more concrete apology? I'll send you some top-of-the-line weaponry as soon as you're out of here. That work for you?
I'm glad this didn't have to get personal.
It never was. Believe me, you're everything a man should be. I wish I'd... Well, it's too late for regrets. What's done is done. Good hunting to you.
You too, Captain. Does anybody know why I can't click stuff in chat, by the way? I had that problem yesterday, too. Yeah, no, that guy knows exactly what his position is, and why, and what, and how. And he's just kind of resigned to it. Honestly, as he should be.
Ready for departure.
Seriously, why can I not click stuff in chat? Oh, there we go. That was weird. Oh, that's the tornado saber. I've seen that one. And there's the Bogan one. Yeah. That is probably one of the better hills.
You're alive! Some Mandalorian big shot named Taro Blood said you were dead. They're about to start the melee without you.
Do I look dead to you?
No, you look all sorts of alive and fantastic. Almighty and terrible and... Sorry, distracted myself. All the other hunters who survived are already inside. Get in there.
Back in a flash.
That's the spirit.
And we're back to dark. Bouncing back and forth. That's going to be the whole run, too.
And the last hunter left standing joins the Great Hunt. Simple as that. All weapons are allowed, but you fight alone. No assistance. And it looks like we have a latecomer.
Somebody made up a story I was dead.
Your competitors were relieved to hear it. Too bad for them, huh? Huntmaster, will you do us the honor?
Today many hunters earn glory in death and defeat. One hunter earns eternal glory in victory. Good hunting to all. Is this a fight to the death?
Your exploits, Hunter. Perhaps I'll turn them into a song to commemorate your death.
Make sure it's something you can dance to.
Consider it done. I'd wish you luck, but it wouldn't help. So I'll just say goodbye.
Enough! You hunters are the best that the galaxy's goons and thug lords could send us. Now show us which one of you will join the Great Hunt. Fight!
Alright, I'll fight to their death. I like how she singles us out immediately. Probably smart of her, honestly.
Trouble on the way.
There's an ability missing from my screen. Also, I thought it said no assistance, but Mako is actually helping me in this fight, and so is Orcano.
The melee is over! One hunter remains!
Whatever. I was looking for an ability which isn't on my bar. If you're wondering why I was stalling at the beginning there.
Quite a show you put on. Blasted fun to watch. How do you feel, Hunter?
I just stomped my competition into the dirt. I feel great.
Enjoy it. Things only get harder from here.
Oh, sorry. Let the hunter stand before me. He is honored beyond common hunters. Let it be known that...
Simply ridiculous. I mean, really. This needs to stop right now.
Are we starting the hunt already?
No! No! No unsanctioned kills in the Great Hunt!
You see? That's a perfect example. I object to this farce. This ignorant thug does not deserve to enter the Great Hunt. His credentials are a lie, fabricated by his little gutter rat of a sidekick. He deserves no honors.
You lying, cheating, murdering scum!
We know this hunter's history, Blood. The Huntmaster has ruled.
You fools! This is a place of honor, a competition of elites. Mandalore will hear of this.
Well, then why are you here?
I sure hope you're not gonna cry.
Enough! Before this great hunt is over, I will have your skull in my hands.
Well, the Great Hunt just got way more interesting. Sorry to interrupt, Huntmaster. Please continue.
The Great Hunt proves talent resolve. The Mandalore calls it to bring him the most skilled hunters in the galaxy. Each hunter will hunt the other's prey. Each hunter hunts the other. At the end, there's no prey and only one hunter.
You get all that, Hunter?
Maybe you want to sum it up for me.
All right, I'll try. But without the flowery stuff. You'll be hunting targets spread across the galaxy. There'll be at least one other hunter going for them, too. You not only have to take down your target, you have to eliminate the other hunters.
I'm supposed to execute my fellow hunters?
You only have to eliminate them from the Great Hunt. Surrender isn't typical, but it's accepted.
You are truly the hunter, and all else is your prey. Welcome to the Great Hunt.
Your handler, Krista, will fill you in on the rest of the details. She's waiting for you.
And that was Dromund Kaas.
Oh, what a thrashing! The other handlers are all bug-eyed jealous you won. Now, on to the Great Hunt. I expect you want to hear about your targets.
I wiped the floor with my competition back there.
I know. Snuck me a peek while it was happening. Good fun. Here's how it's gonna work. First, you're getting a starship.
How's that gonna happen?
Well, let's just say you're not quite done here on Dromund Kaas. On your ship's computer, you'll access 2 holo recordings, both with specific details on who and where you hunt.
What's Terrell Blood gonna be doing?
The same thing. That's how the Great Hunt works. Each target will have another hunter assigned to it. You have to locate that rival and take him out, too.
Maybe we'll get lucky and Terrell Blood will be on our first target.
Now, about your ship, there's a tradition for new hunters. You gotta steal one for yourself.
Guess I'll be heading to the spaceport.
Not quite yet. Gotta find you the right ship first. Gotcha. I know one that belongs to one of them so-called importer types. Fast, smooth, and roomy. I'll pull together your holo recordings for the Great Hunt targets and transmit them when you hit space. Meantime, head to the spaceport. Get past whatever guards are around, steal your ship, and hit the hyperlanes.
What's my destination?
Your first round of targets are on Balmora and Nar Shaddaa. Good luck to you, Hunter.
I actually really like the bounty hunter ship. It's probably, I mean, it is my 3rd favorite ship, which I guess isn't saying much, but whatever. Thank you, Tazara. Always appreciate that support. Thank you. Oh, it doesn't look that great outside, Blade Tefal, but I like the inside. It fits the aesthetic of the ship I would live in. You know what I mean? I probably wouldn't want to live on the TIE Fighter wannabe. The only ship that actually combines both good interior and exterior is my favorite ship, the Agents, which of course we'll be getting last. No, I did not, Pika. Oh, right. Let's just do this. Do I think the Great Hunt is sponsored by the Big Fish specifically to make the minnows thin themselves out? Oh, absolutely. That's a very Mandalorian mindset. And we know that Mandalore themselves, plural, tend to... So, let me go off the back. The Mandalores tend to sponsor these things very much on purpose to try and get the best of the best. So... There it is. Thank you, Pika. Always appreciate you. And I will jot that down for the new Kirby port, which I will probably be buying anyways. That would be kind of cool, J. Palmer. Just have another extra cosmetic choice there. Whoop.
All right, you disgusting pile of puke. Drop your weapon and kiss the floor. This is one starship that's not getting stolen on my watch. You hear me, scum?
Can you repeat all that into this barrel?
You filthy off-world virus. I've had 3 ships stolen this year by the Mandalorians and their unwashed cohorts. Of course, not all Mandalorians are bad. Terrell Blood was nice enough to tell me about this little tradition of yours.
If you want to die, I'm not arguing.
Karakimi, nikag, kanyak dak akiguamjam.
You heard the man, at him!
I think that's the actual owner of the ship right there. It is funny to me how much Terrell Blood has to cheat and how much it keeps not working. Like, just, it consistently doesn't work. Like, you get the really strong impression that Blood has specifically singled us out just because his cheats just aren't working with us. Most everyone else we find out bit by bit that he either bribes them or has them assassinated or sicks someone on them, and that's it. It's one movement, they're gone. Then it comes to us. First he kills our support crew, that doesn't work. So then he tries to lock us out of the planet, that doesn't work. Then he tries to lock us out of joining the entire selection process, that doesn't work. So he gets us the worst possible jobs, that doesn't work. So he tries to get us out of the melee, which doesn't work. Then he tries to protest directly to the Huntmaster, which doesn't work. Then he tries to ensure that we don't get our ship, which doesn't work. Yeah, we did that back on the first planet, Kay. Sorry.
Rules or no rules, Taro Blood dies the next time we see him. Right?
That scum is living on borrowed time.
Oh, I hate this. I don't want to feel this way about anyone, but I want to make him pay.
Don't worry, Mako. It's gonna be alright.
Don't get all mushy on me. I was just saying is all. We'd better get
we're
moving.
totally
We've got a
romancing.
great hunt to win, right?
Well, it's not going to take us long to push through Bounty Hunter. We're done with all the slog, so...
Welcome back, Master.
It's pretty smooth sailing from here on
A
out.
new meal plan for your culinary pleasure.
Speaking of, time to hit Balmora. Oh, sorry, I should show off the ship just very briefly. So, here's the actual entrance. Nice big cargo bay. Lots of work you can do with this. There's our actual bank. There's the imprisonment, because we occasionally keep live prisoners. Got our nav computer, and of course the engines right here. Med bay. Bunks. There's our holocom, and of course our room. And I guess, I don't know, it's just, I like the openness of it. It feels, I don't know, it feels like the kind of place I would be comfortable actually living in, which is one of the reasons why this one is so high on the list for me. Because, you know, you got your actual room here, and you're like, ah. And, you know, you go out, and this is most of your ship. You can see most of your ship right here. Cargo, personnel, we got the bunks down there, we got the engineering thing down here, we got the comms right here. Little hangout spot in case we want it. And then, of course, we've got one extra little spot here, which they don't do much with for some reason. I think it's just maintenance. And then, of course, the actual cockpit, which I want to remind you is absolutely huge. And yeah, it's pretty big. I think in terms of sheer volume, this is actually the largest of the various ships, just because of this right here, you know. I think you're right, Jay Palmer. Anyways. Oh yeah, you can also die in here. You'll be seeing me do something I'm going to do in a second. Semi-frequently. Charge. And then... and then into the door, but we're obviously not going to do that. Of course, Pika. Aren't you?
You notice the Great Hunt never sends us anywhere nice? The Empire's been fighting for control of Balmora for years. Death tolls in the high 7 figures.
How is there anything left to fight over?
The weapons factories are built to withstand attack. The people aren't. Let's see what Krista has to say about our job here. It's starting the holo now.
Welcome to Balmora, Hunter. Your target is the right impressive Admiral Iverness. They call him Admiral Untouchable. Spends all his time on a fancy flagship surrounded by armed soldiers. Can't kill what you can't touch, Hunter. You gotta lure Admiral Iverness off his flying fortress and down to Balmora. To make things even more interesting, no friendly contacts here. You gotta figure this out yourself. And don't forget, the job ain't done till you're the only hunter left standing. Good luck.
I make my own luck.
That's what I like most about you. He's a war hero, all right. Actually won some battles against the Mandalorians. Wonder if that's how he got on the list. This is interesting. Turns out one of the Admiral's toadies is in the market for a bounty hunter.
Let's get every piece of information on them you can pull down.
The job listing contact is Lieutenant Major Perell. And get this, discretion is of the utmost importance. Whatever this is, Perell wants it secret.
How does this secret job help us?
That's all I've got. Better than nothing, right? How about we go have a chat with Lieutenant Major Perell at his office at the Imperial base in Sobrik. Find out what he wants.
If you're paying attention, that is twice now that we would have been just stuck dead in the water if not for Mako. Get used to that. That's a recurring trend. Oh, wait. Jesus, Dr. Winter.
About
Oh my
the whole
God.
Great Hunt thing. Thanks. It'd mean a lot to Brayden that you stuck with it.
I'm sorry. For just a second, I thought, who's that? Because I haven't seen myself without my helmet for a while.
I'm in this for your sake, more than his.
That's sweet in a total and complete lie kind of way. Great Hunt was Brayden's dream. Talked about it for years. Day he told me he'd found you. Should have seen him. Grinning and laughing so much, I thought his face would split in half.
It's not every day you get a shot at the Great Hunt.
Winning this thing, it would have meant more to him than revenge. So I'm gonna skip saying thank you again because you get the idea already. Let's just get moving. So this is pretty priceless. There's a ton of buzz on the net about someone breaking into Father's place. Fathra's been throwing credits around to find out who did it. No takers. Nemro's paying them to keep quiet. He's having way too much fun watching Fathra suffer.
I didn't think there was anyone on Hutta who wouldn't sell their own mother for a quick credit.
You think that'd be bigger news? Beings with sense of humor located on Hutta. End of universe imminent. You know, Brayden used to say I was unique for having this HoloNet link. But I've no clue how I got it. I've had this implant forever. Parents must have had me teched out as a baby. Who does that?
I suppose that's a good question.
Brayden was always encouraging me to look for my past, and I figured street kid from Nar Shaddaa, what's to know? Now, gotta admit he was right. Something weird there.
You want any help? Let me know.
Be careful about promises, buddy, or you'll wind up volunteering to wrestle rancors on Hutta. Thanks.
Again?
Really, I appreciate it.
Okay, now, ahem. And yeah, the backstory we had in mind, which originally is mostly silly, which just kind of fits Bounty Hunter, is the idea that we were this really pampered, you know, hoity-toity Sith child. And we decided not to go to the Sith Academy and decided to go seek our bounty instead, and you get the general idea. Definitely upper nobility, though. So Don Crow asked an interesting question. Can I audit Minecraft? Hang on, let me check its books. Up. They didn't pay taxes 3 years ago.
Who's there? Bounty Hunter! We want to work with you!
Hey, what's up?
You looking to hire me or what?
We've come to collect a debt from you, and we expect payment in full. We Corellians are very particular about our debts.
You killed our brother Vex, you pile of scum! You got anything to say for yourself?
I don't remember any Vex, but I've killed a lot of people.
He was that Corellian bank robber on Hutta, right? The fast draw guy.
You couldn't take him in a stand-up fight, so you shot him in the back. Now you're going to pay the price.
Okay.
Name Taro Blood ring a bell? He told us how you slaughtered Vex and then killed the old man, Brayden, when he discovered your crime.
Brayden? I can't believe even Taro would stoop that low.
Brayden was more than just my mentor. He was my friend. Taro killed him. The only one getting fried here is you, and for nothing. You're gonna die for a lie.
Wait, hang on, Vi. What if the bounty hunter's telling the truth?
You take the word of this mongrel who killed our brother?
No, but I'm not sure I trust Taro Blood either. What if we're being used?
Taro sent other people after me too, and they're all dead.
Don't believe it, Vor. He's trying to scare us off.
What if he wasn't shot in the back? If this bounty hunter killed Vex in a fair fight, what chance do we have?
You're smarter than you look, Vor.
If I'm gonna die, it ain't gonna be because I was too dumb to walk away. Let's go.
But what about Vex? We made a promise.
Our brother's dead. Getting ourselves killed won't change that. Come on.
So then Taro Blood sends these after us. And that doesn't work. Well, I hope you like it then, Pika. I have. I played it all the way through co-op. It's quite fun. One of the better ones. I'd say the third best Kirby game overall. So, Don Crow, could you clarify your question? What do you mean by auditing Minecraft? I do not understand the inquiry. Yeah, it's really funny, because similar to Thanaton... Oh, you mean review Minecraft? Yeah, no, I actually plan to review Minecraft someday. It is actually funny, because similar to Thanaton, a lot of our rep and overall competence is being boosted by the fact that Taro keeps flinging stuff in our way, and we keep just kind of avoiding it, fixing it, or defeating it.
Major Perell. I am ODX.
There's a gun following me.
How may I be of assistance?
You were at my wedding. I trusted you.
Tell your boss he is a visitor.
I'm terribly sorry, but the Lieutenant Major is in a meeting and cannot be disturbed. If I may inquire, with whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I'm a bounty hunter. That's all you need to know.
A bounty hunter? Oh, how interesting. I don't believe I've ever met one of you. My sincerest apologies, but the Lieutenant Major is currently in a meeting and cannot be disturbed. Thank you for visiting Lieutenant Major Perell's office. Have a pleasant day.
Okay, I'm going to make this very clear.
What's the fine for destroying an Imperial droid?
The penalty for destroying Imperial property is... Oh my! I'll tell the Lieutenant Major you're here. I'm so sorry to bother you, Lieutenant Major.
The Republic had better be bombing the planet, you worthless piece of junk.
Sir, forgive me. I had no choice. There's someone here.
I don't care who's out there, you scrap pile. I told you I was not to be disturbed.
Discretion is of utmost importance. Ring a bell.
Sir, shall I call security?
No. That's not necessary. Send our guest in right away. This time, make sure we are not disturbed for any reason. Any reason. Understood?
Perfectly, sir. I will unlock the door right now.
Perell is our only connection to Admiral Iverness, so let's make the Lieutenant Major a very satisfied customer.
Well, we can't make him as satisfied as his, companion did.
My apologies for the poor welcome. I never informed that idiot droid I was hiring a bounty hunter. I'm assistant to the naval attaché of the Governor of Balmora. I specialize in intelligence gathering.
Master is wise and powerful.
This is Murgier, an amusing gift from a friend on Dromund Kaas. What she lacks in intelligence, she makes up for in entertainment value. Let's get down to business, shall we?
Yeah, he was literally having sex, if you didn't catch that.
My superior, Colonel Sarshius, is an incompetent fool.
Or at least fooling around.
I toil in his shadow, though his job should rightfully be mine.
I kill him, you get a promotion.
If only it were that simple. Unfortunately, my superior is popular with the right people. But what's most infuriating is that Colonel Sarshius has the full confidence of Admiral Iverness. Colonel Sarshius remains in power because he excels at hiding his gross incompetence from the Admiral. But we're going to tear down that facade.
The Colonel loses his job, Admiral Iverness comes here and gives you a promotion.
We're going to work well together. I can tell. I want you to create problems for Colonel Sarshius. Problems I'm confident he can't deal with. Your missions will involve plenty of mayhem and destruction. And the pay is quite generous. Interested?
Generous pay is my favorite term.
Excellent. We speak the same language, then. Your first target is the Okara droid factory. Before the Empire invaded Balmora, we sabotaged the facility, turning the droids into crazed killing machines. Colonel Sarshius is very close to deciphering the facility's control codes. If he does, it will bring the droids fully under the Empire's control. The Colonel cannot be allowed such a victory. I sent a data slicer to enter a code-scrambling virus into the facility's computer system.
Very sneaky, Lieutenant Major.
Yes, I was rather proud of that plan myself. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The security team escorting the slicer was killed by the facility's droids. Now the slicer is trapped inside. The slicer refuses to input the virus until I send a rescue team. I'm sending you. The slicer's name is Zalia. Force her to input the virus into the system. Then eliminate her. No loose ends. We'll have more business to discuss when you return.
Notice we are continuing to get more insight into how the Imperial military works. This guy is actively going out of his way to effectively sabotage his own campaign and occupation, his own government's campaign and occupation of the region to be able to try and advance his career. Yeah, exactly, Shadow Machine. It's just like, dude. Dude. Hey, Mr. Red. If you need to take a day off, take a day off. I know you're not feeling well. So Latario says, since we know Celine wanted to bring Ferelden into the Orlesians through marrying Kaelin, why didn't he ever offer to marry Alistair if he rules alone? So, let's get this out of the way. The easy answer is because the writers didn't think about it. I might be misremembering, but I do recall one of those, here's how many people pick what options when it comes to the Dragon Age Keep, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people have Alistair married. And I wonder if the writers just, it never occurred to them that there might be a solo Alistair, and that might have Celine get involved. Worse, if Celine did make the overtures, he would probably have to follow through on them, which would mean a rather substantial change based on a choice, which is something they can't really allow. All of that's out of character reasoning, of course, so let's shift to in-character reasoning. I imagine the biggest reason would be... Nope, I got nothing. I have no idea. I had an idea and I immediately disagreed with myself there. Nope, no idea. So, Dr. Winter asks, would Mako make it in the cyberpunk setting? Her unique implant wouldn't help her in cyberpunk, but the very fact that she has an implant that allows her to hack into things means she's already kind of into the mentality. So yeah, she would probably make a pretty good Netrunner, or hell, a lot of things, really. I suppose that's the easy answer. Alistair would just say no. I need to set up my second spec at some point so I can start stealthing through these. More sci-fi games, Pika. All the sci-fi games. The best part is the next game we're playing is a BioWare sci-fi RPG. Yeah, okay.
I'm not just the pretty sidekick, Buster.
No, you're right, Latario. Again, I don't have an in-universe explanation. I don't think there is one. Oh, speaking of which. We are not romancing Tali. It's not happening. I can't romance my sister, dude. It doesn't work that way. But we will be playing male ship. I don't know if we'll romance anybody. I'll have to think about that.
You're Zalia the Slicer, right? Perell sent me.
Thank the stars. I don't know how much longer I could have held out. My reconnaissance team was evaluating the factory's computer systems when the droids overpowered us. The droids slaughtered my team. I've been stuck here for days without food, water, or sleep.
I know why you're really here, Zalia.
You know about my mission? Then you should also know why I can't complete it. I already told Perell. If I put the virus in the computer's control program, it'll trigger alarms. Those droids will swarm us.
I'll make a nice big scrap pile out of them.
There are dozens of them out there. Crazy killing machines. You can't fight them all.
We've gotten out of way worse situations. We'll be fine.
You're totally set on this, aren't you? Okay. Here goes nothing.
Just had to put my mind to it.
I think Borderlands would mesh moderately well with Star Wars. Not in the specifics, but in the broad strokes. Like, the Borderlands setting from a world-building perspective is absolutely bonkers. But the concept of Borderlands, the run-and-gun, you know, looter-shooter, running through the Outer Rim kind of thing, like, you could see how with several specific changes it might work.
I can't believe we're still alive.
That's my job.
Don't act so surprised.
Oh, my stars. Thank you. You're amazing. I've never seen anything like that. I'm bailing out of here before more droids show up. Running away never felt so good.
My contract with Perell stipulates no loose ends. That means you.
Oh. Oh no. Please don't kill me. I swear I'll go straight. I'll never slice another computer. Just let me go!
You have to promise to disappear.
Absolutely. I'll change my name. Delete all records of my existence. It'll be like I was never born.
I believe her. Besides, Perell's an idiot. He'll never know.
That's the thing right there. If Perell was an actually competent contractor and there was a reason to no loose ends, I might consider it. After all, a contract is a contract. But Perell's a moron who I'm not really actually working for. He's literally just my in to my actual target. So...
I never want to see you again. Got it?
You won't. Thank you.
And yeah, I don't think I could romance Jack either. For essentially the same reason that Shadow Machine just mentioned. Jack needs a friend, like a real friend. Someone who's really going to be there for her in a way that she absolutely needs and has never had in her life. I am more than willing to be that person. But I don't think romance should be involved in that, and I mean that sincerely. She needs to figure out herself and her connections with her allies and friends before she starts to drift into the minefield that is romance. My opinion. So I haven't seen this one yet, so we're going to watch it. We've seen the Force User one, which is the same for all four. And we saw the Trooper one. It looks like this is the same as Trooper, which is also the same as Smuggler. I wonder if Agent does the same one. I was thinking Miranda. Ooh, that's some chop. Okay, yeah, this is the same. Okay, cool. Ooh, which one has the stealth option? That would make sense that there's two, Force User and non-Force User. I really don't remember which one gives me stealth. Operative and Scoundrel. Perfect. We'll go with Scoundrel. That's appropriate. We are doing Male Shepherd because I never have. 1, 2, 3. Oops, there. But yeah, we'll romance Miranda simply because we never have, and that is the reason. It's the same reason we're going to let Caden live. Or Kaiden? You know, I still don't know how to pronounce his name. And yeah, we'll be doing the Legendary Edition. It's primarily because it is substantially easier to stream than the previous versions. By like a huge margin. Apparently it's Caden. I'm going to forget that in 10 minutes. You watch. Well, Femship is better, and we all know that. But, again, whoops. The point is to show off stuff we haven't shown off before. So, Male Shepherd, Caden lives. Yeah, no, I think that's it. I don't know what you're saying. Well, listen. I know there's some very evil ways and choices we can make in that game, but I just can't bring myself to do those, so we'll just give a plus for cutscenes that I know exist, because that cutscene in Mass Effect 3 with Mordin, if you're evil, does deserve a positive. But I'm never, ever making that choice. Female shepherd who romanced Liara Latario. Zaydenra. Yeah, we're not killing Rex. We're not doing a few other things. There's a lot you can do to really screw with the timeline in Mass Effect. And we're not doing any of that. So. Whee! But yeah, I have literally never not killed Caden. The first time was because he irritated me. And that was all that was required. Every time after that, it was because I actually kind of liked what they did with Ashley. And I still didn't like Caden. Probably not, Zach Taft, no. There's a pretty big difference between hacking the HoloNet and, you know, the criminal underworld, and hacking into something like that. All that would do is get Mako killed. Yeah, I've heard that, Shadow Machine. It'll be interesting to see if that's true or not, since Ashley is a terrible character in Mass Effect 3. Just like most of the characters are in Mass Effect 3.
Welcome back. I take it everything went well, and the Okada droid factory is running smoothly? And what about Zalia? I trust that slicer won't be a problem.
What slicer, Lieutenant Major?
Ah, yes. What slicer indeed. The Admiral will soon see my worth.
Idiot.
Master is so wise.
Remain silent, my pet, or I shall discipline you again. And you don't want that, do you? Here is your payment for taking care of the slicer, my friend. Excellent work. Your next assignment concerns the local fauna. Colonel Sartius is responsible for keeping our citizenry safe from the deadly Collacoids infesting this planet.
Never heard of these Collacoids before.
Collacoids are vicious, giant insect-like creatures that devour anything in their path. Their exact origin on Balmora is unclear. After the Empire's invasion, the Balmorans released mutated Collacoids into the wilderness. The creatures successfully bred and have become a plague on the population. The Collacoids have become almost docile in recent months. Attacks are down all across the planet. That makes Colonel Sartius look like he's got this plague under control. But we know better, don't we?
You want to stir up these creatures, make them angry.
Precisely. The only thing to do with docile Collacoids is make them hostile. The last time they attacked in force was when a survey team accidentally encountered a Collacoid queen. It took 5 squads to kill her.
One of my gracious master's scout units had the misfortune of discovering a new Collacoid nest while sweeping resistance hideouts. The unlucky scout who managed to crawl back raved about a bloodthirsty creature I've determined to be a queen.
I'm following you.
Attacking the queen conventionally would be suicide, but my thoughtful master has devised something for you.
Place this sonic device near the nest entrance. It will confuse and anger the Collacoids. Kill any drones and warriors you see. Eventually, the Queen will reveal herself. The sonic device will disorient her, leveling the playing field so you get a fair shot. Be fast and careful.
Have you not seen this story arc, Kay? Yeah, go back to fooling around, idiot. Wouldn't a Cathar be, like, you know, uncomfortable because of the fur? Ah, whatever. So, I'm going to say something that's probably going to be a little controversial, but I stand behind it. I think Bounty Hunter Act 1 is actually a little bit stronger than Inquisitor Act 1. Now, Inquisitor nails it in the follow-through, Act 2 and Act 3, whereas Bounty Hunter will drop off substantially in Act 2 and Act 3. But I do think Act 1 is where Bounty Hunter shines, and I only mention that because if you're paying attention, you'll notice we've already started kind of shotgunning positives at Bounty Hunter, and we're only on the second planet. Speaking of which, I should probably update the HUD. Let's do that. There should only be 2 there. So while we're on this long and boring trip, let's see. Do I think Dooku would treat Mako well if he hired her? No. Do I think... Oh, I already answered that. Given that Star Wars has ion cannons, do you think Star Wars universe could stomp the Borg? No. First of all, ion cannon is just a specific type of energy weapon. Probably the single easiest thing to adapt to. There's a decent chance that a ship would be able to disable one Borg ship, and that would be it. There's also the fact that the Borg have things known as transporters, which Star Wars has no defense against. So, you get one drone on board a Star Wars ship, and that ship is gone. Right, this is actually that one over there. Well, whatever, it's still probably the fastest way. Yeah, Dooku treats his people great! Like that time when he kept abusing and almost got Ventress killed. Granted, he was told to do that, but still. Hey, paranoid android. Wouldn't S.H.I.E.L.D. stop it? Ironically, no. Now, you could argue that, because there's no direct precedence, but Star Wars shields literally operate differently than Star Trek shields. Also, you can beam through Star Trek shields depending on the writer of the week, but let's not get into that. Point is, based on how Star Wars shields work, I don't think they would actually block transporters. And even if they did, I'm pretty sure it would take a Borg ship approximately half a second to bring those shields down. So no. Star Wars wins against Star Trek 9 times out of 10. But when you bring the Borg to the plate, the Borg are different. Because they're the Borg. Also, I love how years on we're still having versus questions about versus the Borg. That is such an old school thing for my show that it literally was a meme 9 years ago. Let's see here. In a potential Dragon Age rewrite... Let me do this first. In a potential Dragon Age rewrite, do you think making certain choices in the games... What do you think, excuse me, of making certain choices in the game more consequential? For example, who rules after Origins and the state of Frabal being totally different in Inquisition? We would have all the advantages in doing something like that. After all, we don't have to make an entire game that acknowledges those choices, just a, a written story. So, I like the idea. However, by definition, in the rewrite, we would be deciding how things go, not giving anybody a choice in how things go. Although I just had an idea about that, but let's not get into that. Where is she? Okay. There she is. And yeah, the Borg honestly shouldn't be a part of any versus question. That's kind of the source of the meme. The Borg are so top tier, they're actually silly. It's actually, if we're being honest, it is an aspect of bad writing, how high tier the Borg are. It's why I had to change around the Borg in the Trek rewrite, because otherwise, the only available answer there is that the Borg win. They are ludicrously high tier.
You're alive. Magnificent. Frantic reports of Collacoid attacks are pouring in from all over the planet. I've included a generous bonus with your payment. Colonel Sartius is going absolutely insane. Once Sartius is removed from his position, Admiral Ivanus will certainly consider my application for a promotion. It's a flawless plan. Don't you agree?
Do I look like someone who knows how to impress admirals?
Well, I am the most qualified. The Admiral is a very intelligent man. My application will speak for itself. But what if it doesn't? What if it doesn't? Bounty Hunter, though clearly unlearned in these things, you do know how to hunt any prey. Tell me how to approach the Admiral.
Make the Admiral come to you. Show your power.
Interesting. Don't simply offer my name up to the Admiral as a choice to replace Colonel Sartius. Make myself the choice. If things got bad enough here, Admiral Ivanus would want to conduct another inspection. That could be my opportunity to meet and impress him. I need one final brilliant maneuver to arrange my face-to-face meeting with Admiral Ivanus. And I know just what to do. Reports indicate that the Republic forces that stayed on Balmora after we invaded are training resistant fighters at the Balmoran arms factory.
Why doesn't the Empire just finish off the Republic forever?
If only. There are complications because of their dug-in position and because, of course, of the Colonel's complete incompetence. The Colonel has learned of a secret rendezvous between the Resistance leaders and several off-world allies. His spies planted a homing beacon aboard the Resistance leader's command shuttle. You're going to remove that beacon.
If I remove the homing beacon, the Resistance leaders escape.
Only temporarily. I'll deal with the Resistance once Colonel Sartius...
Are you listening to this?
You will move the beacon from the shuttle to a garbage transport. The Colonel will swoop in with his warships to find nothing but garbage-sifting Ugnaughts. The shuttle is in the spaceport at the fortified Balmoran arms factory. Be cautious.
I like how each time we've talked to him, he's gone back to his sex slave. Just every time. They just keep hammering that point in. I'll take that. Thank you. We will, J. Palmer. I hope, anyways. No, you're absolutely right, Zactaf. People like him are literally why the Empire lost the Galactic Empire lost in Star Wars. Cute. Whoop, 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 whoop. And thank you, Melkor Blade. Always appreciate you. I don't suppose you know where you want to put that. Listen, have you seen these mansions, Hazardous? You got it, Melkor. Give me 1 second to line this up. I did, and will for every other character as well, MPPY. We've already kind of gauged the leveling arcs and the smoothness, the leveling, the blah blah blah. We're not gonna bother with slog or grind. We are interested in efficiency and quality. So each character henceforth will be boosted, which is admittedly only 2 more, but still. Alright, so that was Melkor Blade. Towards Raymond Legends. Done. Pretty soon I'm going to have to set up my scoundrel spec so I can start stealthing through places. Down there. You never know, I might actually care about this at some point. Pika asked a question. I don't know if Pika's still there, but just in case. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Pay attention, Laura. Pika asked, would I like to review the Saints Row series? Kind of. So Saints Row 1, I don't care about at all, and also I can't really get a hold of. But Saints Row 2, I thought that was a bug. I actually thought that was a bug at first.
I'm not just the pretty sidekick, Buster.
Saints Row 2 is very problematic to get streamable, so I'm not actually sure if I can review that. I would like to, if given the opportunity. If they ever give me a proper remaster of Saints Row 2, I'm going to buy the crap out of that because it's a good game. Saints Row 3 and Saints Row 4 I would absolutely love to do a review of. In fact, they're both on the list. So, Paranoid asks an Alpha Centauri question. I'm on the USS Unity. Everything's going to hell. Which faction do I choose to make planetfall with? Morgan. No question. Now, I know that sounds strange considering how much anti-corporate greed I am in real life, but the thing is, as is so often with fiction, Morgan and the Morganites are not as bad as real-life corporations. They are amoral, and they are financially focused, but they are not real-life corporations. Also, the Morganites have the most possibility for vertical movement. Pretty much anything and anything is on the table, except for Morgan himself, so I could actually become his lieutenant with enough time and effort, and I probably would. I also happen to know economics and politics reasonably well to be able to work through that, and I could probably portray myself as someone who believes in his philosophy better than, for example, Yong. Like, how do you pretend to be part of the human hive? Don't answer that question. I know the answer to that question. Ugh. Do I prefer the GTA or the SR series better? That's actually an interesting question. I think I would actually go with the GTA series overall. The GTA series has more and worse lows. But what the GTA series also has is substantially higher highs. The GTA series also has a game that, under the old system, was my highest ranked video game I've ever reviewed. Grand Theft Auto 5. And even though both GTA 4 and San Andreas have issues, they are still overall excellent games. I mean, that would make sense, wouldn't it, Paranoid? It could also be some of the disenfranchised, but at the same time, there probably shouldn't be a lot of disenfranchised on board the Unity. That seems contrary to the overall idea. Nope, we have not reviewed a single GTA within the, whoops, new system. Don't mistake me. Saints Row is awesome. I like 2 and 4 very much. 3 was at least enjoyable to play with a friend. And, yep, I'm gonna end that sentence there. Still. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Paranoid. So no, I think you're right. I think they just straight up press-ganged people. Forced people into joining the Hive. Considering their breeding programs that they imply, it wouldn't surprise me if they just start brainwashing people from birth as quickly as possible. Any FF villain after FF7 who could challenge Emperor Mateus? I mean, Kuja's the obvious choice, so we'll go with Kuja.
I'm not just the pretty sidekick, Buster.
No, see, the problem is, I don't think he'd send Terra Blood, Zakdaf, because Terra Blood is too incompetent. He is expendable, of course, but you gotta think about how Palpatine thinks of these things. Everybody's expendable. So, he would probably send someone who's actually good. Kind of K, yes. Seriously, if you're not familiar with the Human Hive, they are the worst. Like, every faction in Alpha Centauri is evil to some extent or another. It's part of the point of the story, is that, you know, in the horrible circumstances they find themselves in, they have to do morally unacceptable things to survive. So every faction does something. But I would legitimately put the Hive as the worst. That's my opinion, of course. Yep, nope, we're heading all the way back. I've actually played Simpsons Hit and Run, but unfortunately I do not own it. Otherwise, yeah. I agree. Cult of the Planet is not great. I would also put the Sisters Believers pretty far down, too.
Success. I've just received word that Colonel Sartius has been placed under arrest. Under arrest. If only I could have been there when Sartius led his men into that garbage transport, weapons drawn.
Morgir swoons in admiration for Master.
This is priceless. Admiral Ivanus is already on his way. He wants us to meet at the spaceport. You've done me a great service, Bounty Hunter. Credits feel insufficient. How can I better reward you?
I want to be there when you meet the man. See you get your reward.
Yes. How fitting that the individual who helped me achieve my goals will be at my side to greet the Admiral.
So stupid.
And he'll enjoy meeting someone of your skill and ability. I think both of you would benefit. Meet me at the spaceport. Your presence as part of the grand entourage I present to Admiral Ivanus will make the occasion truly memorable.
Morgir wants to go. Morgir can be part of the occasion.
Oh, very well. But mind your place. I'll see you at the Admiral's docking bay, Bounty Hunter. Don't be late. A very bright future awaits us.
So, yeah, you already see where this is going, but I'm not even going to say anything. Hey, look. Now that is pod racing.
Ah, there you are. Just in time. Admiral Ivanus's shuttle has already arrived. I hope you're ready.
Relax. He's just a man.
Yes, you're right. No different from me. Shh. He's coming. Admiral Ivanus, sir. I can't tell you what a singular honor and pleasure this is.
You worthless incompetent.
I beg your pardon. What have I done, sir?
It's what you failed to do. You're in charge of intelligence. Colonel Sartius' failures are your failures.
No, sir. I warned Colonel Sartius there were many problems with his strategies.
Silence! You pathetic excuse for an officer. I've come all the way here just to see you executed in person.
No, sir. I can explain. I just... You, bounty hunter! Help the Admiral understand. Explain it to him.
What happened to being assertive?
You brought a bounty hunter with you, Perell? What were you thinking?
Thinking is not one of Perell's strengths, Admiral.
What in the Emperor's name is that?
Morgir. What?
The name's Morgir. Admiral Iverness. I'm a bounty hunter on the Great Hunt, and I am here to kill you.
I had a feeling about you.
Really? You weren't taken in by my superb acting? Morgir loves her master. Morgir lives to serve.
Guards, blast them! All of them!
No! Not me! Ah!
There he is, running. Sorry, Mogir. But, you know, rolls and all that. So, oh, are you winded already? You made it like 50 feet there, buddy.
Please don't kill me. I beg you. I don't want to die. I'll transfer a large sum of credits to your account, and I'll blame the Cathar for everything. Just please don't kill me. For the love of the Emperor, let me live.
I'm not leaving any witnesses.
It hurts. It really hurts.
Can't say you didn't have it coming. Good riddance. Did you know Morgir was the other bounty hunter all along?
Yes.
She never had me fooled for a second.
Really? Can't put one over on you, huh? Looks like we're done with beautiful Balmora. We should get going while the getting's still good.
And that was Balmora. Yeah, honestly, this is faster. I know. It's so pathetic, isn't it, Kay? Okay, check this out. Even the launcher prevents me from unmuting or muting my mic. Even the launcher disallows universal hotkeys. That's pathetic. God, I wish I could give this game negatives for that. I really do. That has been such a goddamn irritation to me for weeks now. Unlike this, which I absolutely can and have get negatives for. Come on, come on. Okay, down a little bit more. Why can't I what, Blair Duval? It doesn't really affect anything. There we go. So anyways, in my first playthrough of Dragon Age Origins, who did I choose to rule Orzammar? And why? And was I disappointed with the result? So the first person I chose was, of course, Harrimont. The reason why is obvious. Because I had played the Dwarf Noble Origin.
I've eliminated my targets on Balmora.
Old Wall, I confirm. Looks like things got messy, but you made a clean getaway. Credit for Admiral Iverness goes to you. Keep it up and we'll know you weren't just lucky. Luck out.
In real life, or like in the thing behind the game? Okay, those are two different things.
Been poking around the HoloNet, heard a few things that seem suspicious. A Jedi, 2 Imperial colonels, and a Hutt came down with bad cases of dead within hours of each other. Had to be Great Hunt targets.
Doesn't matter what the other hunters are doing. Stick with me, and we'll win this for Brayden.
Too bad we can't bottle that crazy optimism of yours. We'd make a fortune. So, I looked up the manufacturer of my implant. Weird stuff. Exclusively government contractor. Everything on this model is classified.
Tells you something anyway. Must have had connections.
Seems that way. Whoever my parents were, they got their hands on one mother of a top-secret gadget. Don't know what that means yet, but I intend to find out.
That would be the Hyperion, K, which is a StarCraft ship. Let's go to Nar Shaddaa.
Welcome to Nar Shaddaa, Hunter. Sleaziest place in the galaxy. Your target is the Eidolon, a professional assassin with a right scary reputation. Branded himself as the assassin who could kill absolutely anybody. For the right price, of course. Spent several years proving it, too. His background is a mystery, but he used to do a lot of work for the Hutt cartel. I'd suggest looking up Alderaan, a Twi'lek who works for the cartel. Word is he hates the Eidolon more than just about anybody. Oh, and when you find your bounty hunter rival, give him my best before you blast him to pieces. Happy hunting.
Nar Shaddaa. I always knew I'd find my way back here, just didn't picture it quite like this.
What did you picture?
I guess I thought I'd come back with Brayden and Jory. A few things you should know. The Hutt cartel pretty much runs this place, with the Exchange and various gangs trying to carve out their own piece. Krista mentioned Alderaan might help us track down the Eidolon. I remember that Twi'lek. Used to be a scummy slaver, had a bad rep, a real ruthless creep.
Let's hope he decides to be cooperative.
You'll convince him. You have a way with people. A lot of things might have changed while I was away. Let me track him down. Should we head to the promenade and see what Alderaan has to say?
To finish up with Latario's question there. Was I disappointed by the results of putting Harrimont in charge? Yes, actually. In fact, it's one of the biggest reasons why I started reconsidering the Baylan side of things. Because ultimately, I was mostly looking at Baylan from a surface-level perspective. He's a slimy scumbag. This is something I've talked about, I think, every time I've streamed Dragon Age. Let's see. Questions. But I think the Orlesian army stationed outside Ferelden's borders in Origins would have turned on Ferelden after the Blight if they'd been allowed to the country. I think that there are specific leaders of that army that would have done that, absolutely. The military has its own whims and wills, and we actually see a little bit of this in Inquisition, if you remember. Yeah, exactly, Latario.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
Oops. Speaking of which, since they're both LA, Los Santos or Night City? Los Santos in 5, then Night City, then Los Santos and San Andreas. Taro Blood would be a low-level threat for the Ghost Crew. It's not a question, but I do agree with the statement, yes. Am I surprised about how bad the Saints Row reboot is? Having not played it, I have no information on that other than what people have said, and I'm not a big fond of other people's opinions. At least when it comes to game reviews. Yeah, exactly, Latario. I don't think all the military would be on board with that, but that's not really the question, is it? The question is, would enough be on board with that? Mario Kart. I forget which song. Give me a sec. up? It has to be up. This is Mario Kart 7. That's the 3DS one. This is Toad Circuit. This is not... Where the hell? Well, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back. Anyways. I mean, he would still be an evil party member, but I could see that, yeah.
I'm sick of excuses. I'll feed all you worthless slugs to a rancor if I have to. You hear what... excuse me? Hey, nobody just walks in here, huh? Nobody.
I'm a bounty hunter, hunting the Eidolon. Interested?
The Eidolon? What? You're kidding me, right? No. Tell me you're kidding. You're not kidding. All right, I'll bite. Boys, hey, get out of here. Get us some refreshments. The Eidolon did some work for us, you know. He could kill anybody, anywhere. This guy was unbelievable.
I can understand why you liked him.
Oh, those were the good days. Let me tell you, we had plenty of work for him.
But then, at the top of his game, the Eidolon announces he's getting out of the assassination business, opened a security company.
Suddenly, half the corporations here were clients of Eidolon Security, and were no longer paying the Hutt cartel.
Hey, Gelleran, I haven't finished slicing those casino lugjack machines, but I thought that...
Anuli?
That's Mako! Everyone said she was dead! The Rhodium brothers grabbed her...
Someone saved me from those antenna heads, Anuli. A good friend. He took me away to Hutta.
You two know each other?
Anuli and I grew up together on the streets. He's like my little brother.
Can we get back to business? Yes? Look, nobody knows how to find the Eidolon, but if you hurt his company, he'll find you. I've seen it before. The Eidolon's biggest client is the Republic. Eidolon Security supplies those gangs with billions of credits worth of munitions every year.
Billion credits worth of munitions would blow up a whole lot of marks.
Eidolon Security's got a stockpile of munitions bound for the Republic Army. Crates are at their manufacturing facility in the Corellian sector. If that facility were to blow up, the Eidolon would owe the Republic billions of credits, which I'm guessing, hey, he ain't got just lying around.
Can't use thermal detonators. Too small. Need baradium charges, like the ones Brell made, before he blew up.
Hang on. Wait, hey, you're hearing that out of context. Brell blew himself up because he got cocky. These baradium charges are perfectly safe. You got my word.
Fine. Hand them over.
That's the spirit. Ha! I wish I had a dozen of you working for me. With me.
The charges are magnetic. You gotta put them on the power generators for maximum yield. One in the control center, too.
A facility that size will have several generators. It's pretty standard. They'll be easy to spot. The charges are on a synchronized timer. Now, after you planted the last one in the control room, set the timer, then get out of there.
Okay. I do like that little tidbit. No. You're hearing that out of context. He does sound familiar. Alright, what's my opinion on the GTA 6 leaks? Whoever did it was an idiot, because 2K Interactive and whoever it is, Take-Two Interactive and 2K Games are horrifically litigious. They always have been. This is the company that literally sent thugs to someone's door, for God's sakes. Speaking of which, Trihexia mentioned that apparently they actually got the guy who did the hack arrested. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know anything about that whatsoever. However, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Let's see here. If Obi-Wan had killed Anakin on Mustafar and Yoda killed Palpatine, would they have ended the Galactic Empire in its infancy? No! Who succeeds Palpatine? That's a good question. I'm not sure who would take in, but the problem is that doesn't end the Galactic Empire. All that does is get rid of Palpatine, the Emperor, in the middle of the reformation into the Galactic Empire, which, if you're paying attention, has already started and is actually well underway. Yeah, no, that's succession crisis, civil war. What the Jedi would have done is created a colossal mess. Not a bad idea for a what if, actually. I wouldn't do that for the rewrite. I'd like Palpatine and Vader too much to just eject them that way. But I do like the what if potential there. We did it! We stopped the evil Sith from conquering the galaxy, and we plunged the entire galaxy into a colossal civil war, immediately following a colossal civil war. Love it. Yeah, and both deaths are at the hands of Jedi. Smuggler main story is okay. And that is how I'm going to phrase that. It's got some decent humor, and it falls apart at times, but it is okay. Oh, right, I should probably actually commit to doing this. Let's go and buy this. There we go, okay. Switch down here, activate, switch back over here. Switch down here, accept.
Okay.
And which one of these allows me to stealth? This does not look like stealth. Does this allow me to stealth? Oh god, did I? Nope, there it is. There's stealth. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. So, I'll figure out the other buttons in a minute. This is the important button. That's an interesting question, Lord Hermot. In the rewrite, absolutely yes. Especially given how I'm redoing the Jedi Order. But yeah, considering that, the Galactic Empire is the legally ratified organization and all that. Is that it? No. Hang on. Sorry, give me a second. That's what I wanted. Oh, absolutely, Lothario. No offense to Lucas. Really? But he's a terrible writer. He is very simplistic in his writing. He's got some good ideas. He really does. And he's got some great talent for a lot of aspects of cinematography and technology. And I will always give him respect and credit on many things. That's why I say no insult intended. Not being good at one thing is not an insult. That might be like you walking up to me and saying, "Hey, Lord, you're a terrible football player." And I'm like, yeah. And yeah, that's another thing. Lucas has said himself many times that he is not a good writer. Oh, absolutely, Blade Turball. Absolutely. Alright. Let's back out here. At some point I should probably actually set up this bar, but I'll do that later. Or I could do that now and not screw around. That's a good point. Actually, that's consistently true, Kay. If you look back at a lot of how he dealt with people back in the original trilogy era as well, same problem. He was never really that good of a judge of character. Again, no offense intended. That's just how it is.
Stop! I've been watching you on the surveillance monitors. I know what you're doing. You've got to stop. Please! There are dozens of civilian technicians and engineers working here. If you blow up this facility, they'll all be killed.
Maybe they should be getting out of here then.
Our security chief disabled the evacuation alarm. They don't want this attack made public. I only need a few minutes to round up my crew and get them out of here. Do what you will afterwards.
Do it. Hurry.
Thank you.
I like our outfit, Django. In fact, I specifically sought this one out. It's not as good as it could be, of course, but the ones I actually want are not available, so whatever. Another hi, Django. Oh, that's right.
I'm not scared of you.
Yeah, just think, we might actually have Star Wars games. I know, we did get Jedi Fallen Order. Credit where credit is due. That's here, I think? Anyways. Do you think our Hunter and Mako would see through Obi-Wan's bounty hunter act from Clone Wars? Yes. In a rewrite, how would I tackle the circle question? I wouldn't.
Did you feel it? Ha! The Eidolon's property will rain down on the streets for days. I could already hear his holo conversation with the Republic. Were those our billions of credits going up in smoke?
Maybe the Eidolon will ask you for a loan.
Yeah, I'd give my left Leku to see that gank beg me for credits. I got some discretionary funds from the cartel to deal with these sorts of problems. I think you've earned more than a few.
The Hunter's gotta know. Alderaan should talk about it. Mako said it was important. She said so.
Wait, what did you find, Anuli?
Oh, for the love of frying and credits, we're discussing business here.
Strange weapon orders. Armor plating, blaster cannons, defense shields. Shipped to an abandoned warehouse in the Dural sector? Makes no sense.
Armor plating. Hang on, that sounds really familiar. Let me check something.
Talk to me, Mako.
I asked Anuli to help me watch for possible bounty hunter rivals and to look out for anything weird.
And this is, even for Nar Shaddaa. Nobody ships expensive hardware to empty buildings. Or if they do, they hide it better.
Here it is, the Zargnor clan. I knew those weapon parts sounded familiar. A clan of Ugnaughts got into the Great Hunt by building a bizarre war droid that they would ride inside of. The thing's blaster cannons blew up during the Grand Melee. Everyone was killed except the Ugnaughts inside the armored droid, making them the winners.
Wished I'd seen that.
Worth the price of admission, that's for sure. Hey, as possible rival bounty hunters go, these might not be too bad. Assuming they haven't finished their new war droid. But it'd probably be a good idea to get them before they finish.
Where are they again?
The warehouse they ship the parts to is in a really sketchy part of town. It'll be tough to get to.
Look, hey, I don't know what this is about, and I don't think I want to know. Take care of your personal business. When you get back, we'll chat more about the Eidolon.
Cool. I mean, don't mistake me, Django. It's not the best outfit in the history of the world, but it was the best one that I found that I could get a hold of. And, you know, that's about what I'm going to go with. I can't even link you what the one I actually want is, because I don't think that exists in this. Does anybody know if you can link item codes from out of game into game like you can in Guild Wars or in WoW? Oh yeah, and if we're going to be talking to the Ugnaughts, this is going to be happening. I could not possibly live up to the great and powerful Calo Nord. Where am I? Yeah, I didn't think so, Jay Palmer. That's a pity. Yeah, for those of you not aware, you can take a literal item string, you know, like bracket ID code equals yada yada yada, bracket, drop it into the game, and it will actually produce the item as if you were linking it in chat, right? It's actually extremely helpful and useful, and both games will be getting a positive for it.
Vehicle paths are currently open for business.
Because it's a fantastic way to be able to track things from out of game in-game. Even on the most basic level, such as, I want to see what this armor looks like on my character, for example. I'm hard to kill, Darth Malik. I can't even. Where are we at? Let's see. Questions. Ah, right. The circle question. So, MPPY, are you there to hear this answer? If not, I'll move on to the next question. Kay says, where do you think the Minbari got the idea of being incredibly stupid morons? Because there's no way Velen taught them that. I agree. Truthfully, I have no idea. Maybe something somewhere actually explains where the Minbari decided to become incredibly stupid morons, but I have no idea. Oh yeah, speaking of which, back to some Mario music. Mario music. There we go. Perfect. This is Nar Shaddaa right here. What I mean by how I would handle the circle question is I wouldn't. The circle question, by its very design, should, my opinion, remain a dilemma. There should be no right answer there. So the whole point is that I would remain in that status. I would keep the circle question a question. I wouldn't answer it, in other words. We have a unique and horrific circumstance, which I think is actually pretty well written. And it's one of the more interesting things about the setting. Would not eject. Now, what we should do is we should get rid of the Force. No? Okay. I'm going to answer this question ahead of the queue. Jay Palmer says, what do you think of the idea of a Warcraft game with a unique story for each class like Tor does? So you mean Legion? Because they did that. In Legion. It was awesome. Not every class story was equal quality, but I mean, that's the same thing here, right? So I'm not trying to be facetious, I'm just saying I agree with you massively that that was a great idea. The one and only time in WoW history, and I've been playing that game since it came out, since before it came out, that I actually leveled one of every class to max. I think we're going to talk to them, so we'll go ahead and mute it. Yep. No, not there. Are you blind? Cannon's too close to generator. You want another big boom? Put the cannons over. Hey, who are you? How'd you get here? I'm a bounty hunter on the Great Hunt. Wait! You're on Big Hunt. That means you... Oh no! Your rival! Rival found us! Must kill rival! Your droid isn't even done. Don't make me kill you. What? But we Big Bounty. He right. We worked too hard. You quit Big Hunt. No, Big Hunter right. Mark II not finished. You get drop on us. You Big Hunter. You win. We leave Big Hunt. You killed Shadow Death. We think you not do it. Peace. There's the Mark II. Which we don't fight, because we talked him out of it. Hey, Justin. Happy Friday. Let's see now. In Inquisition, who do I pick for leading Orlais in Wicked Minds, Wicked Hearts in my first playthrough? I believe we just went with the Empress by herself, although that was actually an accident. That was not the outcome I was hoping for.
So, what? Everything taken care of? No more problems? Huh? Good. Good. My people are looking for signs the Eidolon is on the move. So far, it's quiet. I think he's watching.
Time to do something about that.
You took the words right out of my mouth, friend. Ha! See, if I get rid of the Eidolon, the cartel makes me a full-fledged boss with my own clan. And all we gotta do is take out one little assassin and his pet corporation. What a fragging deal, huh?
Mako said the hunter will take me away from here. I help find the Eidolon, I get off Nar Shaddaa. Mako said so.
If that's the deal Mako made, I'll honor it.
Thanks. This means a lot to me. I'll owe you one.
Now that's settled. Let's get back to the job of driving Eidolon Security out of business. One of Eidolon Security's slogans is, "Your secrets are our secrets." So what if you were to make all those confidential records public?
It has potential.
Potential? What, you fragging kidding me? Just picture it. Every contract, every shady deal, all the security specs of every single one of the Eidolon's clients at anyone's disposal. Hey, Anuli, what do I pay you for, huh? How do we put Eidolon Security's records on the HoloNet?
That's real hard. Eidolon's HoloNet transceivers are in the network access sector. Heavily guarded. You gotta slice into those to get to their records. But gotta get past these encryption programs first. You need Z's codes, from him. Also a top-notch slicer to access Eidolon's network.
Z's a Bith engineer, best HoloNet security expert money can buy. He won't just give you those codes.
I can be very persuasive.
I've seen that firsthand, friend. I'd give you whatever you wanted.
Z's currently consulting for a Republic company called Nebula Communications.
I'd suggest you blast your way into Nebula's corporate office in the industrial sector, grab some security slug, force him to tell you where Z's at.
Okay. You know, honestly, it's probably faster to do this. And yeah, the outcome I was going for is the best outcome, which is the Empress ruling alongside her one true love.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
Let's see. Questions. Am I looking forward to Jedi Fallen Order 2? Oh yeah, absolutely. I liked Jedi Fallen Order 1 probably more than most people did, I feel. Because I wasn't looking at it like, oh, EA finally made a good game, or it's a Star Wars game. I just enjoyed the very good game. So, great game. Looking forward to it. Is it fair to say that the Bounty Hunter story is the most unconnected to the larger Republic versus Empire storyline? Yeah, absolutely. Even the Smuggler is more connected to that than the Bounty Hunter when we get privatized. And of course, the entire deal with the Void Wolf, excuse me, the Void Wolf, which is its own thing. Me too, Justin. And of course, Agent is more tied into that conflict, frankly, than anybody is. Although Sith Warrior is pretty high up there as well. But anyways, point being, yes. Yeah, we'll get to that, Blaterval. While we're here, let's look at our talents, because I still haven't looked at these. What is Flaming Fist? Do I have Flaming Fist? There it is, Flaming Fist. Whoops. Damn it! Well, you just get to die now. For daring to exist where I wasn't looking where I was going.
That.
Damn. I'm not saying they're not connected. I just think Agent is more connected. Hi, game. Let's see. I wonder what most Mandalorians would think of Django clones. I don't know, actually. I don't know if they ever addressed that. What do you think of the idea? I already answered that. I do love the idea. It's a lot of work, but man, screw it. Trooper was a little over 3 weeks ago, yes. I think we're wrapping up our 4th week now. Let's see here. Which of the assassin protagonists are most proficient in each of these subjects? So first, parkour. The guy from Unity whose name I can't even remember. Sword fighting. Ezio. I'm hesitating on that because Bayek is probably the best overall with weapons, but you said specifically swords, not any weapons. So. And with hand-to-hand combat, that's easily Connor. No question. Now here's a bonus question, Kay. What is Arno's personality? What's his character? Describe him for me. Yeah, I think I've made my point. The pocket watch. There you go. That's his personality. Does this game mechanic seem a bit much? You can hijack droids in one of the Star Wars games, and you do this by Jedi pumping your droid, jumping on the droid and shoving your lightsaber into it. No, that sounds fantastic. That's how I do all my hacking. Well, they call it hacking. No, my point, Latario, is that Arno has no personality. He is a nothing burger of a character. I have to kill these people? Aww. Okay. So there's a way to switch loadouts, like, can I... Actually, you know what? Oh, I can't hotkey him. In some games, they actually, like FF14, they let you hotkey these, so I can swap between them a lot easier. Oh, well. Die. What game would get 3 negatives to gameplay and story segregation? Warcraft 3.
Who are you? Why are you doing this? We don't keep a lot of credits here.
I'm looking for a Bith security officer named Z.
The Holonet security guy? Is he in trouble?
That's not your business.
Right. What am I saying? Z's at the Imperial spaceport. He's on his way to Mechas 3 for a business meeting, and he's probably already gone. I gave you what you wanted. You're not gonna kill me, are you?
No, of course not. What do I look like? A maniac?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Game? What do I look like, a maniac? With no gun in hand. And if you watched, while he was running away, I pulled out my gun a second time. Because of course I did. Yeah, no, that's totally canon now. That's canon. Yeah, Warcraft 3 is a great game, let's be clear. But there is a gigantic dividing wall between its great story and its great gameplay. That's such an obvious example of that. I don't even think I could come up with another one that good. It's constant, too. It's a non-stop thing. I do have rockets up my sleeves, and on my back, and on my back. Yes, can I help you with something?
Do I have the correct man? Security expert Z?
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't have time to talk right now. If you'll excuse me.
I just need the codes to Eidolon Security's encryption programs.
He's a very intelligent individual. Do you understand the grave error you're making? If you tamper with Eidolon security, you'll meet the Eidolon. If that happens, you'll die. Please don't do this.
You don't want to resist me on this one.
There's a problem. You see, if I give you the Eidolon security codes, the Eidolon will pay me a visit. And I'm sure to die if that happens. Although, mathematically speaking, even a slightly prolonged existence is rather more logical. If I hand over the codes, will you let me live?
Will you keep quiet about our little chat?
If I tell them you have their codes, it would only hasten my meeting with the Eidolon. Therefore, it is a logical choice. Good morning, Baron. Here are the codes. But I must say, they won't make a difference. The security mercenaries and sentry droids are the best on Nar Shaddaa. I calculate a very high probability we will not meet again. Oh my god. Ugh.
With a little good fortune, maybe the Eidolon will die before he gets to you.
Luck is a random factor in probability. Even what I've done, my fate will hardly be random. And hi, Dakota. No, just that dude, okay. Also, that's racist. Racist. I'm not going for an alignment. That was strange. Let's try that again.
I'm back with Z's codes.
Ha! Wish I could have seen the look on Z's face. Anuli, we good?
Everything looks legit. Beautiful work. Z's code is like music.
Yeah, whatever. Isolate the ones we'll need and hand the pad back to our hunter friend here.
Eidolon Security's transceiver codes are marked. Easy to spot. They'll disable the encryption programs. No problem.
And that helps. How?
They're gonna get you access to all of Eidolon Security's confidential files. Once we get those, the Eidolon's personal business will be everybody's business. Ha! Eat that, you ganks! Ha! Okay, so on to phase 2 of our plan to scrag Eidolon Security's rep and drive their clients away. Anuli?
Gotta access Eidolon Security's data transceivers. Input Z's codes, then slice into Eidolon's network, download their files.
Here's a holonet transmitter. Once you've accessed Eidolon's network, put this on the transceiver. It'll let Anuli upload the files straight to the holonet.
Eidolon Security's entire database is on the holonet. That's bad. Real bad. For them.
The transceivers are in the network access sector. Security's gonna be tight. And the Eidolon will have his best men protecting those transceivers. Feel free to kill as many as you want.
Well, ironically, Kay, what we're doing is we're building up to the ability to summon the Eidolon. So, we'll get there. This is perfect Nar Shaddaa music, I'm just saying. Favorite story moment in all of Warcraft?
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
The coincidence and conclusion of Legion, which I will not spoil here. No, not the sword. Before that. It's actually one of the more brilliant things that they've ever done with the story, and it's terribly presented to the point where I imagine most people aren't even aware of the plot point. The hell? Come on. Come on. Why can I interact with that taxi? Oh, right, that's part of the holocron design. Well, again, I shan't spoil, but if you want me to come up with a second wonderful storytelling point, Stratholme. It will be covered in the World of Warcraft series, yes. God, I kept stumbling over Warrior of Light. It'll be covered in the Warrior of Light series, don't worry about it. Ahem. But yes, it is in, I believe, the final episode. Although I've actually already hinted at it. Just like the actual game already has hinted at it. It's a plot point that goes all the way back to Wrath. And is touched on in Pandaria and then pays off in Legion. But yes, Javan accurately guessed very quickly what kind of hunter we're going for. Neither light nor dark, but we are going for a professional who lends himself a little bit more towards being decent. Partially because of Mako, and partially because he's not a bloodthirsty thug. Think Cad Bane with more of a moral compass, and you've kind of got the idea. Somehow, Regis has returned.
You alright?
Don't mind me.
Okay, that should take care of Z's encryption programs. Transmitters in place. Let me slice into Eidolon's network. Wow, this is tough. Anuli wasn't kidding. The Eidolon's Holonet guys know their stuff.
Don't worry, I'll tell your boyfriend how impressive you were.
Who? Anuli? He is not my boyfriend. We just grew up together. He's more like my little brother. Come on. Come on. I'm in. I'll contact Anuli. Anuli, are you getting this? That's quite a data stream, huh?
Beautiful. All Z's work. Symphony of math. Downloading the files onto the Holonet now. Stand by.
Let's get out of here before more of the Eidolon's mercs show up. They're way too good with those blasters.
Z was right. You must be insane. Otherwise, why would you be here?
I'm disappointed.
Z knew there was nowhere he could go where he wouldn't find him. There's no escaping him.
You gonna keep talking, or are we gonna do this?
Eliminate the threat! Now!
Okay, so this might suck. Yeah, because it's going to dump me into combat with, like, 3 separate packs of enemies here. Okay. And I don't have my bars set up. So... Oh. We're just going to hit buttons literally randomly. Defeat waves of security droids. Yeah, hang on. Okay, defeating waves of security droids. You got it. I'm a little bit worried about Bounty Hunter because it came out in that unique era of Star Wars games that are really frustrating to get to play. I, of course, have not played it, so I have no idea how good, bad, or in between it'll be, but I'm worried. We'll see. It is on Steam, that's where I own it anyways.
He's found us! It's too late! He's here! He found us!
Get out of there. Move it.
Nowhere to run! He'll find you! He always finds you! We're all dead! Get away! Get away from me! Bingo! No! Ah! Ah!
We have to get there! We have to save him!
I'm not walking into a trap.
But it's the Eidolon! You need to kill him!
That's the job. That's what we're gonna do.
Let's just hurry, please. Hang on, Anuli, we're coming.
Oh god, is that one of those games where you have to do this for every shot, Django? Is that... yeah. Yeah, I could get old fast. How would I have fixed... How would I have done, fixed the Deathwing fight at the end of the Dragon Soul raid? Ooh. I'm gonna come back to that later, Jay Palmer. Do I think Vader would have treated Mako well? Because he reminds her of Ahsoka. No.
Anuli! Oh no. Oh
I'm sorry, Mako.
no. He just wanted a better life. He never hurt anybody.
Pull it together, Mako.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry.
Can you tell what killed Anuli?
I can't really tell. The look on his face. What was that?
Hi. Can I help you? Yeah, I'll be with you in a minute.
Trouble on the way.
I mean, we did cost this guy billions of credits, so...
What were those things? I can't believe he's gone. I never should have left him. It's all my fault. Again.
Try to keep it together.
I'm sorry. I'll be okay. Just give me a sec. Look, the holocommunicator on Gallerin's desk is blinking. Maybe he's still alive, sending us a message.
Well...
Oh, there you are. It's been a bit of a challenge tracking you down. I figured you for a rogue agent, but the question was, for whom? I should have known. Galeron's the only one stupid enough to do this.
Figured you'd be taller, or a cyborg or something.
I'm small enough to slip through a crack in a door, and large enough to loom over all of Nar Shaddaa. I must admit, I'm rather impressed that one person could be responsible for so much damage. If you wish to meet me, come to these coordinates. I'll be sitting right here, waiting for you. Of course, the second you step out of the door, you're dead. Shame, really, since our confrontation would have been most exhilarating.
May as well. I suppose there'll be more droids?
The ones you destroyed were trifles, the kind I sent to kill rats. Well, Hunter, I'm sad to say this is goodbye.
Well, here we go. Let's be careful with this crazy.
Time to confront the Eidolon. by ignoring him completely. Let's get some very appropriate battle music going here for this fight.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
Star Wars open world game as a bounty hunter? Hey, let me inject that directly into my veins. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just kill everything.
Just had to put my mind to it.
Liliana, Lothario. Ignoring the obvious reasons. Well, I thought it was appropriate, Arcana. I think my favorite part is just how many people I'm killing here for effectively no reason. Like, guys, just let me through. It's cool. I'm gonna go kill your boss. He wants to meet me anyways. You don't have to die for this, okay? It's cool. Because they're written better, Zachtaft.
Here you stand, alive.
Hi.
Who are you, and why are you doing this? It's a job, nothing more. You should have picked another career. Nothing for it now, I suppose. It was a pleasure to meet you. Opponents like you are very rare and precious. I regret having to kill you.
Wait, I've got a priority message from Solash. He's another cartel lieutenant. He's offering a huge bounty if you bring him the Eidolon, alive.
The Hutts want to do terrible things to you.
Oh, come now. You'll never claim that bounty. But then, if we don't have our dreams, what do we have? Come. It's time to die.
Good thing, Maul. Or Maul wannabe, I suppose. I mean...
Well, what are you waiting for? You've done it. You've beaten me. Finish it now, and be remembered forever as the hunter who killed the Eidolon.
I have other plans for you.
Handing me over to the cartel is the act of a brutish thug. You're better than that. Listen to me. I'm appealing to your sense of honor as an equal. Don't hand me over to the cartel. Kill me now. I deserve that much.
That's actually an interesting point.
He killed your friend. You decide.
He deserves to die, but nobody deserves what the Hutts will do to him. Give him what he wants.
As you wish.
Oh, hang on. I actually didn't mean to hit that.
He did.
Fine, then you kill him.
You think I...
Wow, that actually gives... Obviously, it doesn't matter that way anymore, but Mako doesn't approve of making her kill him. That's interesting.
Well...
Alright, sorry, I just want to see that really quick.
He did...
As you wish.
In this case, I actually agree with the light side, dark side choice.
I truly am a spectre.
Like, honestly, turning him over to the Hutts to be tortured for the rest of his miserable life, yeah, that's dark side. That's... Especially since we'd be doing it just for a bonus paycheck, which, ironically, in-game, we won't even get. Atrathon.
Have I mentioned recently how much I enjoy serving you? I am a lucky droid master.
We're not like the Eidolon, right? We're different.
Do you think I'm an assassin?
You kill people for money. How is that different?
I can choose to bring them in alive.
I wonder if that's any better. Maybe it's worse. I guess we still have work to do. I hope the rest of our targets are nothing like this guy. Should we get out of here? I want to get as far away from Nar Shaddaa as possible.
You'll get no argument from me.
Ugh, I told you this place was ugly and sleazy.
I could see that, Lord Harriman.
The Eidolon's been taken care of.
My intel confirms that. The Hutt cartel just yanked their live bounty on the Eidolon. I have word that your rivals forfeited to you as well. Congratulations, Hunter. You've cleared the first round. Your next two targets are on Tatooine and Alderaan. Transmitting your target briefings to you now. Your handler will be pleased to hear they didn't go to waste. Before you move on to your next target, return to Dromund Kaas. We have something to discuss. In private. Luck out.
Okay. If this has anything to do with Terra Blood...
The Huntmaster's assistant should never communicate with any hunter during a great hunt. It's just not done.
Could this get us disqualified?
I don't know. The Huntmaster and his representatives have got to be completely neutral. Contacting the hunters could be seen as favoritism. It doesn't sound like we really have a choice at any rate. Better not keep him waiting, I guess.
And to clarify, Lataria, what I meant by the non-obvious reasons was everything to do with her character and her backstory and all that fun stuff. Ooh, they're getting completely turned around. So yeah, we're about to go after the Tatooine target, which I'm not going to say anything about, but we'll be there in a minute. I mean, they should Tiny Hippo, but, you know, game design. I've said it before and I'll say it again, Hutts are death machines, or at least they should be. Even a fat Hutt is not exactly a soft target. Or at least, one shouldn't be. Since we're going to Tatooine next, let's just go ahead and get the desert playlist. Oh, I can teleport from here. Up now.
Hunter, we don't have a lot of time, so I'll be brief. The sanctity of the Great Hunt has been compromised. Seems a slicer got a hold of the Great Hunt's target list and intends to auction those names to the highest bidders. Exposure like that would destroy the Great Hunt. I need this dealt with quickly and discreetly.
I'm a professional. I always guarantee privacy.
Good. You don't want to end up on the next Great Hunt target list. I need you to find the slicer and learn how he got that list. Once the list is secure, eliminate every scrag stupid enough to show up to that auction.
Get the list, tie up the loose ends. Got it.
Nemro the Hutt's paymaster, Judah, told us about the auction. She's on Hutta. She can tell you more. The fate of the Great Hunt rests in your hands. Remember that.
Sure. Do I hate Rusk the same as prior to the Jedi Knight run? Actually, no. I dislike him less than I thought I would. I still gave him a negative if you were paying attention, but not nearly as bad as I recall. Go figure. Considering how much in this game has been worse than I remember. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no kidding, too, Palmer. I'm pretty sure Wolverine would be an extremely good bounty hunter. Like, stupid good. Too good. Gets the attention of the Sith or the Jedi. Good. Ruins his life because he gets the attention of the Sith or Jedi. Too good. No, agreed, Tyrant. Just across the board. Where are we going? Game. Game. There we go. I know, we're not in a desert world. Whatever. We're getting to Tatooine in a minute, okay? Just give me a minute. Yeah, they have a lot of load screens, but they are reasonably quick. Unlike, say, Star Trek Online, which has to spool up the instance server every time you load anything. Okay.
Krista said you'd be coming by. I was so relieved to hear the Mandalorians weren't sending a stranger. Before I tell you what I know about this auction, I need to ask for a favor. There are bound to be some really nasty people at this auction, so please keep my name out of this. I don't want to put my family in jeopardy.
There we go. Gotta get the right music for her.
Don't worry, I won't be doing a lot of talking.
Thank you. My family means everything to me. I discovered the auction through one of Nemro's business associates. We were settling an account, and he asked if Nemro would be participating. I pretended I knew what he was talking about. That's how I learned about the slicer and the list.
Is this someone you're familiar with, or was he a new face?
I know almost nothing about the slicer, just that it all sounds legitimate. The auction's taking place here in Jakuna. The slicer left these details for Nemro. I hope they help. It should have already started. Please let me know how it goes. I won't be able to sleep otherwise.
What do you think? Good or bad, Dakota? Because I agree, the direction is definitely different. I'm actually more impressed with it than I thought it would be, but... So what do I think about the phrase face roll? I mean, okay, so... What, Mr. Red... So, let me presume what you're asking here, Mr. Red. You're asking me about the concept of a class where the best possible way to play the class, the most optimal way, is to hit every button the moment it's off cooldown, because that is what a face roll actually is. It's a class where there is no priority list, where there is no rotation, there is simply use the buttons as they're available. To be very clear, I don't think there's anything wrong with that as far as class design in virtually any game. There are a couple of games where that's even beneficial to have as some kind of a, this is your first class kind of a thing. A perfect example of this would be Raynor over in Heroes of the Storm, which is a class which you can play through by hitting each button when it's on cooldown. It is a face roll class. People use it as an insult because it is, less skill intensive when it comes to other class designs. But I don't think that's a valid complaint towards the class itself, because again, in almost every case, it's designed that way. Very much to be a, this is how you play the game, figure out rotations, figure out animations, etc., etc. Does that answer you, Mr. Red? Hey look, it's a bunch of black sun. Because of course it is. They're not the only ones here, there's some other people here too, it's just...
You ain't listening. I don't want the whole list. I just want to know if my name's on it.
An excellent point. What if we're only interested in certain names?
I'm sure we could come to some arrangement. That's what this auction is all about.
How about I just bleed you nice and slow, and then take the list from your cold, dead hand?
Back off. I need him alive for now.
You talking to me, wimp? I don't think you realize where you are. Look around. We're the most wanted killers in the galaxy. Anyone here could rip you limb from limb.
Let's try to keep this civil, okay? If you're not here to bid, please leave.
I say we kill this worm and get another slicer to crack the pad.
Suits us fine.
No!
Nice people. I like how the one who doesn't even talk is actually the elite here. Hi.
Start talking. How'd you get this list?
Some guy said he was a Mandalorian. He got me the codes to break in. Said I could sell the names and make a fortune.
I want a name.
I never met the guy. I got contacted via holo. He kept his face hidden and disguised his voice. He said targets assigned to Terrell Blood were off limits. Maybe he has money on this Blood guy winning.
Or Terrell Blood gave this slicer the list.
I can't imagine Blood getting his own hands this dirty.
That man has lived way longer than he has any right to.
That'll help you find him, right? I've told you everything I know. Please, just let me go. I'll never talk about that list again. I swear.
Disappear before I get an itchy trigger finger.
No one will know I even existed.
Get out of here, you moron. These people. Amateurs! This is what I have to deal with. But to answer your question that you asked in very direct simplicity, Mr. Red, I think the reason most people think it's bad is because they're elitist dickholes. I think I'm actually caught up in the queue, except for Ross's question, but I've been chewing on that for a while now. I also need to ask him to clarify something.
You're back. I was getting worried. Was everything taken care of?
Were you thinking about me while I was gone?
Well, maybe a little. So, everyone at the auction is dead? All of them?
I don't do a job halfway.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. This whole affair has me on edge.
Well, things should start looking up now.
I'm just glad it's finally over. Please give my regards to Krista.
Oh,
Best
I
of
will.
luck in the Great Hunt. I'll be thinking of you.
Oh my god, this is actually some of the worst backtracking we've seen so far for a class quest. And remember, back in the day you didn't have the buttons I have, where you can actually teleport straight to the ship.
Have I mentioned recently how much I enjoy serving you? I am a lucky...
There's actually some individual spots that are even worse, because they don't require you to go to they don't require you to be on Dromund Kaas. They require you to go to Dromund Kaas. You see how selecting Dromund Kaas is what actually updated the quest objective? So back in the day, there was this thing where you could warp to your capital. Nowadays, I believe it's baked under Legacy. But if you burned that, you'd end up on your capital, and you'd have to fly back to the spaceport, get on your ship, fly away, fly back, land, and then come all the way back. And that was very irritating. It's okay, Kay. Resistance is futile. Oh, it was awful. Thank God that it's not quite that bad anymore, but it's still pretty backtracky. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you couldn't back in the day at Earth Tyrant. I might be wrong about that. I might just not have known about it back then. I just remember doing that little run around several times. On the Sith Empire side, specifically.
Glad to see you in one piece, Hunter. Is that auction dead and buried?
What auction? I don't know of any auction.
That's what I want to hear. Seems the Huntmaster was right about you. Talk to me. This was more than a grab and shoot. Did you find out how that Slicer got the list?
The Slicer swore on his deathbed he didn't know who put it on the holonet for him.
Makes sense that the coward would hide. If he sold out the Great Hunt, there'd be hell to pay. We've got the target list back. That'll have to do for now. Thanks for taking care of this, Hunter. It was good doing business with you.
Your targets on Tatooine and Alderaan ain't gonna kill themselves. Go get them, pronto!
It's one of the first times I've seen that lag bug return. But I think I actually caused that one. I was looking something up on the side. Right, so back to my ship. If I was hired to create Force Unleashed 3, what would be the story? Alright, hear me out. We play the Sister of T'Kuvma. Eh? Eh?
Uh-oh, Krista's calling on an emergency channel. Better patch her through.
Finally, you're some hard critters to pin down. Ignore my recording for Tatooine, Hunter. Everything's changed. That Slicer selling the Great Hunt list started a trend. Somebody told your target he was a marked man. Naturally, he decided to make himself scarce.
I can't wait to get my hands on that Mandalorian snob who did this.
First things first, you got to nail this target before he vanishes. You're after Tiresias Loci, a scoundrel who's been on the galaxy's most wanted list forever.
The Tiresias Loci? That smuggler cheated the Hutt Cartel, Exchange, and Black Sun gangs out of a fortune.
And he's been buying himself out of trouble ever since. 2 days ago, your rival bounty hunter shot down Tiresias' ship over Tatooine, but then lost him in the desert.
Got any intel on this other hunter?
Already told you everything the Huntmaster lets me. Focus on Tiresias, and you'll surely bump into him. The good news is Tiresias is Deveronian. He shouldn't be hard to spot.
That's true. I've seen 2 Deveronians my whole life. They've got red skin and 2 big horns on their heads.
Talk to the spaceport traffic control droid at Mos Illa. Find out if any Deveronians have been through there recently.
Spaceport droid Mos Isla. Got it.
Tiresias has a reputation for being slippery. When you catch him, better hold on tight. Good luck, Hunter. Krista out.
Well, because Force Unleashed hypothetically would have to happen after Force Unleashed 3. Would have to happen after Force Unleashed 2, right? Theoretically. And thus, true love blossoms, okay? It could be a prequel. Oh, yeah. I can't wait for all the positives, Mr. Red. Let's see. Okay, so, hang on. So the joking answer, which isn't fully joking, is my knee-jerk reaction is to just try to one-up the ridiculousness of Force Unleashed.
Freighter Minot Fodder 62009er, please stand by for landing clearance.
I'm looking for a Deveronian named Tiresias Loci. Got any record on him?
Scanning databanks. 1 moment, please. Records indicate only one Deveronian present at the spaceport. A merchant named Gelar Roy.
Bet you anything Geller Rowing is an alias for Tiresias Loci.
No.
You'll get no argument from me.
Where can we find this Geller Roaring droid?
Gelar Roying's vessel is awaiting departure clearance in Docking Bay 64. Do you wish for me to contact him?
I want my visit to be a surprise.
Very well, but he is scheduled for takeoff soon. If you hurry, you might catch him.
No, I mean that sincerely. You ever play Saints Row 4? Picture that, but Star Wars, and you kinda got it. Just absolutely lean into it. We just play this ridiculous, you know, and just make it this complete what if. You know, don't even try to adhere to any kind of canon. Throw it all out the window. And just have us, yeah, just have this dubstep force power of awesome. And that's the catch. That's the catch. The reason I specifically mentioned
how long can it take to get
Saints Row 4 is it has to be awesome. It can't just be ridiculous. It needs to be ridiculous awesome. There needs to be, your villain needs to be someone who interrupts you talking with your friend to start a singing number. Which I know sounds awful, but trust me, it's a great scene.
How long can it take to get departure clearance from this lousy spaceport? Stupid locals.
Hello, Geller Roying.
You look lost, friend. Can I help you?
They said you'd be hard to catch, Loci. Guess they were wrong.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. I'm Geller Rowing, speeder salesman from Nar Shaddaa. If you're in the market, I have great deals on the new T9s. Unfortunately, I'm a bit rushed. Look me up on Nar Shaddaa, won't you? The name's Rowing. That's R-O-I-N-G.
Drop the act. You're Tiresias Loci.
Sorry, I don't know any Tiresias. Who exactly are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm a bounty hunter. What else would I be?
That's absurd. I've never done anything wrong in my life. Shoot, you fools!
Take that!
I love how the security runs over there, like, nope, not dealing with that.
Stop. I surrender. I got no loyalty to that scum. He left us here to die. The pay is great, but he never said we'd go up against anything like you.
What are you making for this job?
10 times our usual rate. He was desperate. Now I know why. I don't want any more trouble. I'll tell you everything I know. The Deveronian said a bounty hunter shot down his starship. He walked across the desert to reach Mos Illa. Blasted lucky he made it.
Tiresias has a bad habit of surviving.
Not just that, he can turn around even the worst luck. I've seen it. This bounty hunter caught up to us. Nasty little Rhodian. Before we could draw blasters, the Deveronian cuts a deal. Not only did he buy off the bounty hunter, he convinced him to sell his own starship.
Where did the bounty hunter go after selling his ship to Tiresias?
The Rhodian's celebrating with a private party at a club outside of town. He's thrown around credits like sand.
I cross-referenced the ship's registration with known Rhodian bounty hunters. Found your rival. Vibu Lunx. Deadly accurate with a blaster, but has a reputation for laziness. I'm surprised he made it this far.
Laziness would explain why he sold out so easily.
I'd be curious to hear his side of the story, assuming you don't just blast him. If Tiresias bought off your rival once, he might try it again. Use a bounty hunter to fight a bounty hunter?
That's useful information, right? Please, let me go. This was never personal.
Get out of here.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Good idea letting him live. He'll warn the other mercenaries to stay out of our way. Let's drop in on your rival hunter's big party. It's the only lead we've got.
Holy crap. It was, Kay. I'm sorry, it's not like I didn't believe you. I just wanted to double check that myself. That was Thomas F. Wilson as the Twi'lek from the last planet, from Nar Shaddaa. Thomas F. Wilson plays Biff from Back to the Future. He does some other stuff too, obviously, but that's probably where you know him from. Hey, I wonder what's in here. And we gotta visit him every time. We gotta visit Darth Puppies. Yes, yes. Death to puppies. Okay. I'll leave you to that. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's just, He apparently was in Star Trek Voyager Elite Force, too. And I've played that game, but I don't remember his voice in it. And of course, everybody knows he was in Wing Commander. Wow, he's still doing television, looks like. Anyways. So, here's the funny thing, Django. And I think, I've already kind of said this, but to reiterate this, so far I'm enjoying myself more than Inquisitor. Now, a little bit of that might be the gameplay. I do actually really enjoy this particular spec.
Displaying all authorized destinations.
But I guarantee you a lot of that is because Act 1 Bounty Hunter is where it shines best. Whereas Act 1 Inquisitor is okay. It has some really, really good moments at the beginning and some pretty good moments at the end. But Inquisitor doesn't start taking off, in my opinion, until Act 2. When Thanaton enters the picture. Whereas here, well, we just kind of hit the ground running. Wait until we combine the best of both worlds with Sith Warrior. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah, Corellia is absolutely the best Inquisitor story arc. Just fantastico. Speaking of which, I should update the HUD really quick here, because we're actually up to here now. That's true, I don't get to shock people as a bounty hunter, I just get to punch them and shoot them. Frequently. And burn them, yep, no. No, trust me, there's plenty of fun to be had.
Come on,
baby, move those Leku. Show Vibo what you got. I'm paying good money for this. Have another round of Bantha Blasters, boys. Drink up while it's flowing. He's spreading it around? Hi. I'm an actual professional.
You let Tiresias Loci live, Vibo? That's not how we do things.
Oh, it's you, my rival. Welcome to the party. You're probably wondering why an amazing bounty hunter like myself quit the Great Hunt and let Tiresias go. It's just simple. More credits I'd ever earned chasing bounties for the rest of my life, even if I won the Great Hunt.
What good is it if you're living on Tatooine?
I have a yacht being delivered from Corellia. When it arrives, I'll go live the high life wherever I want. To look for Tiresias, you just missed him. He dropped by a little bit before you, said he needed a new ship. I sent him to the Lady of Pain. Can't wait to see what she does with him.
Who's this Lady of Pain? Your wife?
Don't worry about her. Worry about me. See, Tiresias tossed me a bounty to eliminate you. Thanks for making yourself easy to find. Come on, boys. Time to earn your pay. Oh god, we're on fire! Why are we on fire? Oh god, now he's shooting rockets at us!
I'm not scared.
And now there's more fire! Wait, is that a shoulder-mounted cannon missile launcher? Oh my god! So anyways, they're all dead.
Don't kill me. I'm just a dancer.
I need to find the Lady of Pain. Know where she is?
I performed for her once. She gave me the creeps. The Lady of Pain runs a compound not far from here. Bad part of the desert. You can't miss it.
That just does that periodically, doesn't it? Whatever.
Does this lady sell starships to desperate fugitives?
Maybe, but I wouldn't want to deal with her. She doesn't care about money. She's into other things. She works for the exchange. They're into a lot of sick stuff. She can't get enough of it.
I appreciate the info. Sorry you're out of a job.
No problem. I was thinking about quitting.
Guess we're off to see the Lady of Pain, huh? This should be interesting.
I'm going back to the family moisture farm.
Yeah, seriously. We don't deal with the exchange, like, at all. Not for real, anyways. I think the Republic massacre of the Sith at the end of the Great Hyperspace War. I don't actually see a question there, Latario. But all I'm saying is that all Sith must be extinguished.
All authorized destinations.
Right? Now. Ahem. Okay, so I gave you my one answer for Force Unleashed 3. Bonkers, right? Just go completely nutso with it. Make us, you know, so force powerful that there's... And modern technology can do this better than, like, the Wii could. Make there be a section where we pick up chunks of the Death Star to fling at someone, right? Like, just really lean into it. That's extremely unusual, Shadow Machine. And, you know, just have there has to be at least one section where there's, like, an 80s rock ballad going on. As we, like... I was not really kidding with the forced dubstep thing. You know, maybe make a section where... what would fit Star Wars better? Like classic rock? Maybe? Where, like, you're doing this thing, and it's basically a rhythm battle where you just... And it's actually following through on the song that's playing at the time. Jazz? No. That doesn't fit at all. Terrible idea. I spit up on it. And definitely not just because I dislike jazz. Probably, Takoida. Welcome to the swing music.
Surely I can offer you something, lady. An HK assassin droid? Fresh slaves? Direct from Ryloth?
I already have those. Stop wasting my time.
Hi.
What's wrong, Tiresias? Can't buy your way out of this?
Oh boy, here we go again.
Tiresias? Wait, you're actually... No. Shame on you, you naughty little Deveronian.
Sincerest apologies, lady. Now that you know I'm the justifiably famous Tiresias Loci, you also know my resources. I need you to eliminate this bounty hunter and help me leave Tatooine. I'll pay generously, of course.
Intriguing. But I'd like to hear what this delicious specimen has to offer first.
I don't think credits are your thing.
Very good. I find money dirty, and not in the fun way. I have a keen interest in gladiatorial contests. A match is scheduled for today, and I've lost my beloved champion. Whoever fights as my new champion could ask any favor of me.
If I'm your champion, I'll expect all sorts of favors.
Is that really what you're into?
No.
Most men are too fragile for me.
This isn't exactly a fair negotiation, lady. I'm no gladiator.
I'm sure one of these men would fight in your place for a price.
All right. I'll make anyone who fights for me obscenely rich. Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Someone is bound to take us all for bounty hunter. Won't you be my champion?
If it means I get Tiresias, I'll do it. Let's not waste any more time.
Now, don't be too quick. It disappoints the fans.
Don't worry, I'll burn them to death. Slowly.
Lady, this is a terrible mistake. Don't be a fool.
Fool? Guards, take Tiresias away and remove his tongue. You don't need it, do you?
I'd prefer it if you left him intact.
Very well. I suppose he's your property, assuming you win the match. Put Tiresias someplace safe, guards, and watch him. He's slippery.
You haven't heard the last of me. Either of you.
Your opponent is in the next room. When you're ready, meet me and my guest there.
I was gonna say, you're just gonna put him in his own thing with this gun. Yes, Kay.
I'm ready to fight.
Wonderful. Feldargan, this is my new champion.
A bounty hunter? Borga will rip this fool limb from limb, won't she, my beautiful boy?
I eat this worm's head, rip out its guts, and make a new puppet. And then tell dad jokes.
Save it for the match, Borga.
May the best fighter win.
Django is correct, actually. In fact, this over here, this thing that's highlighted, this is HUD space. Tatooine's down here. I'm not sure if that's deliberate, but they really shouldn't have too much sway here at the moment. So, you're going to be on fire, and you're going to be on fire, and while you're on fire, let me get some more fire. You know, I haven't got through my whole rotation on any enemy this entire game. I will eventually. Eventually we'll start fighting enemies that have way too much health. But we're not there yet.
Borga! My sweet, precious boy!
It's okay.
Delicious.
He died on fire.
For a moment, I thought Borga might kill you, bounty hunter.
I wanted you to get your entertainment value.
You most certainly did that.
This isn't over, lady. I'll return with a new champion.
I hope so, Fel. Our little gatherings always make my day. Kisses.
Lady, Tiresias escaped. He hit us with a stun grenade.
Nar Shaddaa.
I watched you disarm him. Where did he get that weapon?
One of his horns was fake. He hid the grenade inside it. Please, don't cripple me. It's not my fault.
I have to hand it to that smuggler. He's not just lucky, he's good.
He manipulated me into escorting him away from you. It's so obvious now. I hate him. One of you saw where Tiresias went, yes?
He stole a swoop bike and a hyperdrive regulator. He could be anywhere by now.
But I'll find him. The swoop bikes all have homing beacons. A precaution against thieving Jawas and stupid guards. I'll consult my tracker. Ah, there he is. The stolen swoop bike stopped at these coordinates in the deep desert.
Boss, if Tiresias stole a hyperdrive regulator, he might be trying to fix his old ship, the one that got shot down.
Lady, it's been nice knowing you.
I don't say this often, but the pleasure has been all mine. Good luck.
If it's not obvious, I'm actually rather fond of this particular story arc. And I've been fond of pretty much the entirety of Act 1 so far. Like, this has been a pretty positive experience. Tiresias is a delightful rival to go after. Because you can tell he's just making it up by the skin of his teeth, or horns in this case, and just barely staying ahead of you the entire time. It's a wonderful... Something I've actually complained about in this game, but also in several other games before, is the idea of someone who just keeps beating you and how that can be very irritating or frustrating. But one of the things that I was asked about is, can you do that properly? This guy is a good example of how to do this type of thing properly. Because you can tell he's not winning because he's cheating. He's not winning because of bad writing. He's winning because he is legitimately skilled, lucky, and capable of adapting. And he is absolutely terrified of us. He is running from us this entire time. We just happen to be better. You know, probably because we're the PC. Let's just be honest about that. This is a lot of sand people. Let's see if we can leave this one a bit. Hey, Space Cadet. Yeah.
Take that!
They are POSs, Kay, I do agree. I don't get it, but I do get it. Oh, I can't wait to see more of them than Shadow Machine. Unfortunately, we won't be doing it on our Bounty Hunter, but still. But yeah, if you ever wondered what it's like to be on the other side of Captain Jack Sparrow, that's kind of what the Tatooine arc is all about. Our Sith warrior, Paranoid.
Going somewhere, Tiresias?
Not with all those dune rats nipping at my heels. Thanks for clearing that up. You're sure she's ready for takeoff?
I've checked the calculations 4 times, Master, with shields at minimum.
Right, good enough. That just leaves our friend here to deal with. If you want something done right, do it yourself. Open fire, NK!
Oh no, I got that, Kay. I thought it was a reference to something. And yet, notice how he only ever fights us as a literal last resort. He's tried everything else. He's like, alright, fine. And when I say last resort, I don't actually mean that. He actually has one very last resort, excuse me. Yeah, let's shoot some missiles at him. Just to be fun.
Alright, you win. Let's cut a deal.
By the way, notice the horn.
Hope springs eternal for you, doesn't it?
Everything is negotiable. Everything. This is the famous Star of Alderaan, the most valuable gem in the galaxy.
No, Master. Not your most prized possession. We must fight.
Quiet, NK. We'd never stand a chance. Alderaan's royal family would pay a fortune to get this gem back. Let me go, and it's yours.
Do I look that gullible to you?
You can't blame a guy for trying. Take the gem anyway. I insist.
So, he's still not actually at his last option.
Daddy, it's dinner time.
He is still trying to desperately come up with everything he can in order to deal with this situation. By the way, I love this.
Tiresias went to the cockpit. Let's get it.
He just had a thing, a stun grenade or a smoke grenade, carved into the shape of a priceless-looking jewel. Because of course he would.
Come on, you hunk of junk! Blast! I knew there wasn't enough power to take off.
End of the line, Tiresias.
You are the toughest, most persistent bounty hunter I have ever met. I only have one thing left to say. Give me a job.
That.
Spare my life, and I'll dedicate it to working for you. How's that sound?
That's his last option. Right there. He tried, he pushed, and we just bypass every single trick he has, and he's got the option to fight us, which doesn't work. He's got the gem, which doesn't work. So the very, 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 very last option he has is, please let me work for you.
Why in the galaxy would I ever believe you, Tiresias?
I'm tired of running. My fortune's gone, but I'm still hunted. I want Tiresias Loci dead as much as anyone. what if I told you there's a duplicate of yours truly? A replica identical in all respects. Even a bioscan couldn't tell the difference.
Where did you get this perfect duplicate?
A scientist on Nar Shaddaa made it. Phew, amazing what's for sale there. My duplicate is already dead, frozen in carbonite. Just pretend he's me. Once I'm declared dead, I'll put my legendary skills, savvy, and contacts at your disposal. Imagine what we could accomplish.
The best thing here, and of course we don't know this now, obviously, but he is being legitimate here. After all, what he said was honest. He is sick to death of running. He made a crap ton of money and never got to enjoy any of it. That's how that works, by the way, even in real life. You rob some big bank, you don't get to go and live the easy life. You get people hunting you for it. The bank and people who found out about it, because either they want to rob you now, or because other people want to test their rep against you. And he has spent all of that fortune just trying to survive ever since. This is surprisingly logical. This actually tracks perfectly with how this should go. So it makes perfect sense that he just wants to kind of reset his freaking life and be like, all right, look, can I just start over? And of course, he offers that to the one bounty hunter who really does finally, really corner him. That's us.
What's to keep you from disappearing at the next spaceport?
I'm deeply wounded by your mistrust, yet reassured by your intelligence.
I hate to say it, but having him on our team might be useful.
I swear I'll never run. I'm safer as your servant than as a fugitive. Even if I did escape, you'd just find me again. Honestly, who wants to have this conversation twice?
And again, he is being honest here for, I believe, the first time since we've met him.
Someone of your talents might come in handy.
Not that we know that.
Fantastic. You won't regret this. There's my duplicate. Should only take a few moments to thaw him out.
He's blinking.
We need to make it look convincing. A couple of blaster shots should sell it. You want to do the honors?
Right between the eyes?
Oh my stars! I'm glad we decided to work together. Let me collect my gear and we can be on our way. So, I'll need a new name. After all, Tiresias Loci is dead. And what do you think of the name Galt Renault? Has a nice ring to it.
Hi, Galt.
It's not bad. Kinda catchy.
Yes, a fine name for an exciting new life.
Why don't you and Galt spend a little time getting to know each other? I'll see you two back at the ship.
Lead on, my fearsome friend. Galt is ready for action.
Did you notice Bounty Hunter has several really good companions? We've actually talked about this before. Because which companions we have has been a regular topic throughout this entire run. But we have at least 3 very good companions on Bounty Hunter. They include Mako, Galt, and Blizz. I think Bounty Hunter might actually win in terms of companions across them. I'm not sure of that off the top of my head. Which is funny, because we also have Skadge as Bounty Hunter.
Hey, you're back. And Tiresias is still alive. Guess you two are bonding, huh?
The name's Galt, remember? Galt Renault. And yes, we're getting along famously.
Is that so?
Skadge is in the running for the worst companion in the game. The only one who like, we haven't met either of them yet. But Skadge and Brunmark are the 2 I consider the worst. And having gone through Zalic's thing, I think I stand by that statement. I think Zalic takes the number 3 slot. But Skadge and Brunmark are the worst. The only question is which one's actually worse than the other. So, we'll see.
For once, he's telling the truth.
We'll see how long that lasts. I've had enough of scorching heat and sand. What do you say we check out our next target? Remember Lord Daka? The Altaka's announced his triumphant return home from harrowing captivity. He's already being asked to travel and talk about it.
Guy's smart, using this to make some credits.
Guy's got business sense anyway. So, I've been wondering what kind of people put classified government doodads in their kids' heads. Figured there had to be something in the official records I could dig up.
Don't suppose you found something worth some credits?
I wish. Nothing came up in official channels. Means I probably wasn't born on the smuggler's moon. But I figure someone in Nar Shaddaa's gotta remember them, right? Just have to keep asking.
You must have some notion who they were.
No, but I like to imagine they're smugglers, tragically shot down hauling a cargo of illegal gizkas.
I eliminated Tiresias Loci.
Yeah, well, I'll believe it when I scan it. Huh. What do you know? The body's bioscan matches. You just made a lot of crime bosses very happy. I've got a positive on the rival kill as well. Credit for Tiresias Loci goes to you. Stay hungry, Hunter.
That's actually a mistake. You can tell I was rushed this morning. God damn it. I gotta remember where Galt is. Django was actually correct.
Home. A little spare, don't you think?
Blame the previous owner.
Oh, found yourself a fixer-upper, huh? She's not bad, just needs a little TLC. A couple bounties ought to go a long way to sprucing the place up. Think about it.
Couldn't hurt to make this bucket a little more livable.
Oh, I can recommend some folks who keep a good selection of before-market parts, so as not to strain your budget. We can't all be fabulously wealthy criminal masterminds, but this bounty hunting gig seems straightforward enough. Besides, I like the idea of doing the chasing for a change, even if I am slumming it.
But yeah, sorry if you didn't hear me. Django's correct. I have actually never recruited Hanhar. And to be completely blunt, I don't think I ever will.
Been talking to some people. One of my contacts just had some guy in Nar Shaddaa asking about me.
Exactly what's he want to know about you?
My contact says the guy practically screams spook. He's asking about my whereabouts. Goes by the name of Carteri. The spook, not my contact. I think we have time to pay him a visit, don't you?
I'm not leaving him loose to come after us. We'll deal with him soon.
All right, then we have a plan.
Okay, I guess we're doing our first Mako quest now. Let's go and hit that up really quick. Listen, mods, nobody mods KOTOR. Don't be silly. Yeah, let's pull up Nar Shaddaa's music really quick. Let's see, what would be a perfect Nar Shaddaa song? No, I've read and seen all the Hanhar scenes, and no, my opinion will not change. Hanhar sucks, end statement. He is a well-written, complete psychopath who is also sociopathic. Hanhar is broken. The best thing that could ever happen to Hanhar is that he dies, and I mean that for his sake, too. Hanhar, yeah, Hanhar is a coffee character, because he is well written. He's just terrible. Like, just the worst.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
You'll feel that later.
Thanks, Galt. Right here. Oh, right, I should bring out Mako. Bring out Mako.
Try not to bother me.
Hey.
Coral. Well, this is a surprise. Never thought you'd just turn yourself in.
Okay, first thing, my name's not Coral. Second, what are you talking about?
Right, of course not. I suppose you're just here for a friendly chat then?
Nobody's gotten shot yet. I think we can have a nice conversation, don't you?
Right. I'm feeling the love. I can imagine what she's told you, Hunter, but you're being played. She's anything but a helpless little girl.
Try answering a question or two. Who's Coral?
Let's keep this short, shall we? I don't want anyone seeing us and reporting this, and I'm not stupid enough to draw on you. Here's everything I was given on my target. Take it and go.
Datapad's encrypted. See if I can crack it later. This thing... she really does look like me, huh?
She's got nothing on you.
No, she definitely looks like me. Guess I have plenty to keep me busy for a while. We should get going.
It's funny, Blade Tabal, because what I can only refer to as bad romance has actually tainted my opinion of several characters over the years, including Caden from Mass Effect 1 and Anders from Dragon Age 2. Granted, I dislike Anders in general, but I do think that the romance of Anders in Dragon Age 2 was an additional misstep. Ooh, that was... oh, Jesus, there we go. I just... Don't mind me, just getting stuck here. Easy chill here. There we go. It will all be mine. No, that's why I mentioned the romance was an additional problem. Oh, mountain.
I've always heard how beautiful Alderaan's supposed to be. Figures I'm gonna see it in the middle of a war. At least he'll still be pretty in the holos.
Don't sweat it. When we win the Great Hunt, I'm taking you on vacation.
Really? You mean that?
Yeah.
Name the place and we're there.
Thanks, big guy. That means a lot. Time to find out who's standing between us and a week on the beach.
Welcome to Alderaan, Hunter. Former tourist capital of the core worlds. Your target here is a nobleman nicknamed the Durasteel Duke on account of his knack for staying alive. Over 1,000 assassins have come and gone trying to put the Duke to bed, but he ain't met you yet, right? He was last seen with House Gerard. They're guests of House Thule, so that's a good place to start looking. Good luck.
Figures she'd gloss over the details. Lucky for you, I'm on the job.
Fill me in. I hate surprises.
In a nutshell, when the Queen of Alderaan died a few years ago, the head of the military declared himself king. That didn't go over so well. Now the three largest houses are fighting over the crown.
I'll need to know more about the major players.
Well, General Boris Ulgo is the guy who declared himself king, and his house controls most of Alderaan's former military. House Organa and House Thule are Ulgo's only real opposition, but they're at each other's throats too. Basically, Organa wants Alderaan back in the Republic, and Thule came back from exile with the help of the Empire. Hey, are you getting all this?
Yeah, very nice job. Thorough.
Oh, this is kind of old news. I had plenty of time to read up on the trip here. Come on. We better go pay a visit to House Gerard. Oh, and one last thing. The nobles of Alderaan are different. They think they're untouchable, and they won't be impressed, no matter how big a gun you wave around.
Okay. Who's ready for the best scene in the game? I'm just gonna beeline for it before we break for lunch. I'm not gonna say anything else. For those of you who've seen it, just shush. For those of you who haven't, do me a favor and watch this part. And someone clip it so we can share it later. You know exactly how I'm going to play this. There is only one way to do this scene. Honestly, I'm just gonna loop this song because this is a perfect song for it too. Okay, so now I should be able to. Nope. While I'm on the way there, Mr. Red says, barring the Jedi Knight, which class would I have picked to be the Chosen One arc? First of all, none of them. Really. But if you put a gun to my head and said, you have to pick a Chosen One, Inquisitor fits the bill a little bit better. Especially since Inquisitor kind of subverts the Chosen One arc by virtue of, you know, having to earn and work for everything that happens to her. Trooper. I love it! Done! Done!
I just cuffed the whelp for scuffing my boot with the stirrup when... Oh, abominable.
Hello.
Just ignore it. Maybe it'll wander away.
What's a beautiful young thing like you doing hanging on the arm of this old prune?
I was so overwhelmed by your charm and good looks that I thought I might faint.
You want to try another sleazeball line, or are you done embarrassing yourself?
You have some nerve to blunder in here, insult me, and make indecent advances toward my daughter. You must leave, now, and use the servants' exit. People would talk if they saw someone of your ilk here.
Guess I should have worn my other blaster.
You know, Ada, he's quite the wag. I think we should keep him around.
Do shut up, Rafid, or I'll be speaking to your father.
Must you two squabble in front of our guests? You're causing more of a stir than our visitor here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, return to the festivities. I will have a few words with our esteemed guest here.
You the boss around here?
You could put it that way, yes.
You aren't seriously considering dealing with this thug?
Uncle, please. I have the situation well in hand. Return to the festivities. This is not a request. I believe I know why you're here, but this is a discussion best held in private. Please wait in my office. I'll be right with you.
Okay. It's proper decorum to use jetpacks inside here, right?
Huh?
Good idea.
I'm a bounty hunter. I'm after the Durasteel Duke. Can you help me or not?
Right to the point, yes? I'm afraid the Duke and his sister left House Gerard some time ago under unpleasant circumstances. House Gerard now has a vested interest in finding the Duke and having him meet an unpleasant end. A minor noble claims to have a lead on the Duke. However, he insists on meeting in person, which I'm not willing to do. Instead, I will employ you.
Formalities aren't in my job description.
I can't expect you to navigate the intricacies of our society, but I can give you the authority to negotiate on my behalf. From this point on, you will act as House Gerard's advocate, a role of honor. Come, I will walk you through the appointment ceremony.
Let's make this happen.
Please kneel. I, Baron Zakar Gerard, do hereby bequeath my voice and my seal to this proxy. Now repeat after me. I humbly accept this honor and swear to carry my authority in a manner befitting the Lord I serve.
I humbly accept this honor and swear to carry my authority in a manner befitting the Lord I serve.
You may rise. Well done. There may be hope for you yet. It is customary for information to be double encrypted in these transactions, so Lord Malphus must enter his half of the key before you take the data. I'll let Malphus know you'll arrive at his encampment soon. Be on your best behavior.
Oh, I will. Unfortunately, that was not the scene, Zactaf, but as with all good things, you need to have build-up before you have payoff. So what you just saw was the build-up. I'm hyping this up too much. I apologize.
Stop right where you are. You have no rank here. Etiquette dictates that no one below my rank is permitted within 10 paces of my person without my express consent.
Is he serious?
Wait, you are the advocate of House Gerard? Outrageous. I would not trust the likes of you to scrub my sewage, let alone deliver vital correspondence.
Are we gonna deal, or what?
Honor dictates this message must stay in my care until I give it to someone of rank, not a trained Thranta. Look, I have here tokens of respect for my peers, a mission for a page. Deliver them and earn a 10-year-old's honor. Then I can speak to you.
How about I deliver your teeth?
Ow, I bet that hurt.
Oh, you struck me! How dare you! You knuckle-dragging ape! I'll see your head on a pike! What are you oafs waiting for? Pound this cur to the ground!
I'm not just the pretty sidekick, Buster.
Baron Zaka will hear of this offense. Enjoy explaining why my information will now go to someone else. I demand that you prostrate yourself and beg for mercy, or so help me, I'll have you brought before a tribunal for these grievous affronts.
You're a slow learner.
Ah! Stop that! You'll regret... All right, quarter. I shall enter my half of the security key. You take this message to Baron Zakar with my fond regards.
Yep, nope.
I've
That's
never
still
seen
a good
sense of
scene.
entitlement outweigh a sense of self-preservation like that.
May we never meet again.
And again, it wouldn't have worked if they didn't build it up. Or at least it wouldn't work as well. That's why I always make sure to go ahead and go through the thing. Yes, I absolutely will behave as befitting a representative of your house. BAM! I'm sorry. Like I said, I built that up too much. I apologize. But I love that. I have never not taken that option. And the fact that you can then follow through on it as he's like, no. So, okay, for those of you not aware, if you don't punch him in the face, he does give you another side quest. And it really is just a go X of Y. Or you can punch him.
I thought the Imperials were supposed to be keeping a tight leash on this.
I don't think you can actually kill him. I've never seen an option to kill him.
It is clear that you have plans in motion, nephew. Ah, your newest lackey. Tell me, did my nephew mention that he already hired a bounty hunter and got him promptly killed?
Past business dealings aren't my interest. Getting paid for this one is.
That could have been our competition. I caught a lucky break.
If you would please excuse yourself, Uncle. I have business with my advocate.
I see how your brat Rafid learned to disgrace us. Advocate. Ah.
I just got a very impolite communication from Lord Malphus, saying that you assaulted him. Is that true?
I convinced him it'd be a bad idea to hold out on me.
You know, I'm beginning to appreciate your particular brand of diplomacy.
You're welcome.
According to Malphus's information, Duke Corwin is in negotiations with our enemy, House Organa. They're placing messages in phony relics at House Alder's Royal Museum for later retrieval. Duke Corwin's placed an imposter relic in the museum recently. You'll have to forcibly enter House Alder and find it.
Oh, sorry.
Can't I just buy a ticket and take a tour?
House Alder is a vassal house of Organa. They are at war with us as much as anyone else. And use extreme caution. The museum holds priceless cultural treasures. Nobody wants to be responsible for destroying that heritage.
Oh, Anakin
Looks
would
like
totally
we're
take
going
that
to
up.
sightsee after all.
So yes, that's pretty much the full totality of that. You know, we show up, the nobles are snobby idiots. Then we move on to actually dealing with him. He says, hey, I want you to deal with this, but it's okay, because I want you to go through this whole sequence of events, yada, yada, yada. We go, and we have the option to expedite things. Then we come back, and he is actually appreciative and thanks us for that. I love it. I know the scene you're talking about, Lord Haramond, and I do love that scene. But now, I'll go ahead and chop off for lunch. Back in a bit.